Mic, test mic. Mic is on. And yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's November 7th, 2023, 9:30 in the morning, and I'm here finishing up my watch list. So for today, just wanted to take some time to share what my one of my favorite Camarilla pivot points as an indicator. Now, as we all know, indicators are all lagging indicators, except, of course, your level 2, your tape, and the volume. So, those two, your tape, your level 2, as well as your volume bar, those are the only things that are in real time. The rest are lagging. So, the same thing with Camarilla pivot points, it's also a lagging indicator. But if you have noticed as well for this week, we have included that in our chart, that Camarilla pivot point. Now we've been using Camarilla pivot point in the past. We just have to highlight that again, especially in the kind of market that we're in. So we have to adapt as well on what the market is heading to. Right now, we have seen, and let me share my screen right here. All right, so with the SPY, we have seen that we have found at least a support. We have found that temporary bottom for now, and that bottom happened back in October 27. After October 27, then we saw that big move up. So big move up, it is also almost, the end of the year. And that end of the year, we see sometimes those what we call a center rally. But of course, it's still too early to tell. We're just in November. We still have 2 months left before the end of the year. But we pretty much have seen that SPY fought and really have now been above the VWAP. So having that into consideration, SPY being above the VWAP, what should our strategy look like? For those moments that SPY was below the VWAP, also for a couple of weeks, we've been using the reversal trade. Now that reversal trade did not get to work out for this big move of the SPY. With a big move of a SPY, you want to adapt as well on the kind of strategy that you want to do. And again, going back, what strategy is that? And we teach this in the class as well, and that is called the pivot point strategy. So we saw the pivot point in the SPY. That was again back in October 27. There's a pivot to have this very strong move. Okay, after that pivot right there, we are now even above that moving average. So right now, SPY is down by 0.08%, not a lot, so pretty much flat. Let me just double check this one. Okay, so almost flat this morning, but we have that big move. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day that it had been a green move. So what or how do we use this Camarilla pivot point? You have that massive move. Now you have the R3 and the S3. You have the R3 and the S3 right here. Comparing it from yesterday, now we do have this 2-day analysis. So yesterday, if the way that I used this Camarilla pivot point is you have the R3. Let's just put that right here. All right, you have the R3 and you have the S3. So you have it closes right at the top of the R3, S3. You have the S3 and the R3 right there. It's just open in the middle. When you open in the middle, that's what we call, it's not as strong of a move. And pretty much look at what it did yesterday. It just went from R3 to S3, going back and forth, that R3 and S3. So what the R3, S3, this pivot point, Camarilla is telling you is two specific bias that I'm looking at with the R3, S3 move using the Camarilla pivot point is here. It gives you an idea on what the day will look like when you use this Camarilla pivot point. Now what I'm looking at is first is the width. So you have the R3, let's see if I can clear this one. All right, so let's say this is your R3 and your S3, R3, S3, right? And at the closing, the stock, the price ended up this way. Now the following day, this is the 2-day relationship of this Camarilla pivot point, and this is the one that what we look for. Now the second day, you have the S3 here and you have the R3 right here. Now for you to have a thesis that this is going to be a strong stock, what you would like to see is first, it's going to be closing the previous day above the R3, S3, and once it opens the following day, and I'm talking about the 9:30 in the morning, so disregard the pre-market as well as the post-market. So whatever happened, this one is the post-market, and the pre-market, which is going to be here, is going to be 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. and this one is the pre-market, which is going to be from 4 a.m. until 9:30. Disregard the post-market and the pre-market, but what you would like to see is the stock that closed above the R3, S3, and the following day, if it opened above the R3, then this right here gives you a bullish bias. This right here gives the R3 a big and a strong support. So that means anytime it will touch the R3, if you have, a strong bullish pattern, and those will be, a hammer and a big volume bar right here, or of course the volume bar is right here, then those shows you some signs of confirmation that it is indeed a strong stock. So what you would like to see for you to have a bullish bias is it's gonna close the previous day above the R3. It's gonna open the following day above the R3. Once that happens, that R3 can act as a strong support. And every time it has a pullback right there, then you can start loading up for you to go long. So just remember that concept. The way I see it is you have your R3, S3, it closes right here. You have your S3, R3, it opens right here. That's the bullish pattern. Now, the opposite is, of course, the bearish pattern. The bearish pattern, you just flip it. So flipping it, you have your R3, S3, you have your R3, S3. So let's say this one was yesterday. What you would like to see for you to have a bearish bias is the stock closing below the S3, right? Below the S3, that means the ceiling right here got rejected. The ceiling right here got rejected. So it just shows you that the stock is very weak. Now the following day, disregard, this is the post-market and the pre-market. So post-market again is from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. and pre-market is the following day, which is going to be 4 a.m. until 9:30. Disregard that. You have the 9:30. When you have an opening price that is right here below the S3, then that in itself gives you that it is a very weak stock, and every time it touches that S3, which is going to be a strong ceiling, that's where you would like to short it. of course, shorting it if you get the confirmation that it is very bearish. Bearish meaning you have your inverted hammer, you have the volume price analysis that is supporting your thesis. So when the volume is picking up, when it's pushing down, then you can have the support right here, which is now going to be the resistance, because that's going to turn into a ceiling, to be your, above that will be your stop loss, and you can just write it down. Now, two things that is very important about this strategy is, first, what is the width? That width right there. So this is the 2-day relationship for the pivot point. So 2 days is you want to see that it closes below the R3S3 and it open below the R3S3 that's very bearish. And then what you wanted to see as well is how wide is the width. So this one comparing to this one, it's hard to see, but the width will also tells you if we are due for a big run. So I just wanted to highlight this. What the width will tell you is, let's say you have a very tight width here, and then you have the R3 and you have the S3 right here, very tight width. Now your width right here is, let's see here. Okay, compare this width to this width right here, and it opens right here. That means that, yesterday it was just on the sideways. Sideways meaning the following day it already made a momentum. It already made that consolidation the previous day. That's why this type of width will signify that the following day it has a potential for it to be a runner. But first, what you wanted to do is you want to see that it opens below the R3S3, and the following day you wanted to see it opening below the R3S3. And of course, this is what we call just the bearish bias, because it's below and it's below the R3S3. It might be a little confusing, but you just have to train your eyes that, for you to be able to see that bullish versus bearish bias, you just want to, okay, if you have that, open here, or sorry, so if you have this line, what I'm looking at when I first look at the pivot point analysis is, all right, you have your R3S3, R3S3, yesterday it closes right here, and today it will open right here. That right there, 2-day analysis, that is very bullish. Especially if this width right here is, let's make it really obvious, especially if the width right here is very tight, because that means yesterday it was just moving on the sideways, meaning it was just consolidating. And of course, most of the time after consolidation, we do have that pop. So this is the pattern that you wanted to see. And then for the bearish, you have the R3, S3, R3, S3. If it closes right here below the S3, the following day, it opened below, you have the R3, S3, then you're very bearish on this. Now, there are different patterns as well with the 2-day pivot point analysis. You can have something like this, that's an overlap, right? And it opened in between. These are the days that you can just say that it's a range kind of a day, that it can just go sideways. Now, those range kind of a days, those are not the one that can actually give you an advantage, because those sideways, you can get chopped. Another sideways action is like this. Let's say it closes right here, it opened right here in between. So that can be a sideways action. Another one is, what if your pivot point here is like that, that is 2 days that are just sideways. You want to stay away from that. When the market was trending lower, we saw that we were able to still make money because, even if it was a sideways, we were working on having those still a pivot, but pivot from the R3, we short it here, pivot from the S3, we long it here. But those days have been on previous 2 weeks ago. Now you have to switch it up now. I know the market's about to open, so I have to wrap this one. So the big money is big money can happen with a trend days. That's why it's very important that you get to train yourself to use the pivot point analysis, because it will show you the bias, whether it's a range day versus a trend day. Trend day, those are the one that if you're long at the open, you want to keep long until the closing. If you're short at the open, you want to keep yourself short until closing, or before, of course, before 4 p.m. But those are the things that, highly recommended that you keep an eye on. So for today, let's just focus. We have 10 seconds before the market opens, but let's see what the market is going to give us. I believe that using that pivot point analysis will at least give us some indicator of what kind of a market we are heading into. Because right now it's a different ball game when the SPY already pick a side of where it wants to go. So SPY right now is flat. I did put my levels right here, just needed to update. Pre-market high is at 435.4. Very interesting that we have almost a hammer looking at the SPY right here. And so looking at the pivot point that we discussed, this is the application now. So look at this one. This one open, first let's look at where it closed. It closed in between the R3 and S3, right? And then now this is what we're talking about, the overlap. Now it opened right here. So this can just be a sideways action. That also happened yesterday when R3, S3 opened right here, and look at where it opened right here. It just had a sideways action. So that can also be a potential move for the SPY today, unless we get to see those that have a specific news, which Uber had their share of news. They had their earnings today, and that's why it's very active. So if you're going to be trading the market, which is for the most part AMD, Apple, Nvidia, those kind of mimics the market, you wanted to make sure that you get to see the pulse of the market. What is the market showing you? Is the market showing you some weakness? Is the market showing you that it is in sideways? Right now, SPY is in sideways. It opens between R3 and S3. So this is the move that D-Dog did over the pre-market. So 101, a little bit of a pullback right here. Now, I don't recommend having this one as a short because it's a very strong stock. This can pretty much just go below the VWAP, but with this up by 22.2%, it can just go either way. So right now, we don't have any business of taking any trades with that yet. So now it's 9:32, 2 minutes since the market had opened. Looking at our pivot point analysis here. So let's get our pen. So we open or we close, this is yesterday. We close in the middle of the R3, S3. Your R3, S3 is right here. It closed. So yeah, it closed right here yesterday. It opened below. This is just some sideways action as well. Does not have a strong bias whether this one is still has some room to go up versus go down. Of course, with all those pivot point analysis, you want to take into consideration the higher time frame, which is the daily. The daily right here, what I can see is, you have that hammer right there. This one is actually looking bearish, but the good entry here for a short is just below this hammer, this head right here, if it goes there. All right, so for right now, what I'm looking at are the following. So let me just share my other screen so we get to see what my watch list looks like. So I'm watching Uber. Uber had a news today. So pre-market high 49.3, pre-market low 44.16. I'll be interested in seeing Uber if Uber rejected that hammer that we were looking at earlier. Next is DDOG. DDOG is also had a news today, and that's why it's up by 22.2%. It's having a pullback right now, which is not surprising because that move above 22.2%, that's a pretty move. Pretty good move. Next one is PINS. PINS is just an inside bar as well. No bias here. Looking at the pivot point, no bias there. Rivian had an earnings as well this week, and yeah, Rivian right now just lost that pre-market low, that's 17.03. So that one was the pre-market low right there. Roku is very interesting here. Roku looks very weak right now. So let's look at, let me share my screen. This is the hard part when you're talking as well as trying to. All right, Roku here, yeah, Roku looks weak. Let's see, I wanted to short Roku when it is a little bit close to the VWAP. So let's see here. Just looking at the daily, the entry is not the best. So let's see. Wanted to have, I wanted to short Roku when it's close to the VWAP, so around 83.43. What I can see in Roku is the daily. The R3 right here could be a good rejection area, but SPY is below the level as well. So let's see, I haven't had any triggers yet. I would like to see Roku close to R3 before we get to short this one, because you have to also be very careful, because Roku yesterday was just a tiny candlestick here, and that candlestick, looking at the volume bar, that's not a lot of volume bar when it was trying to have that red. So let's see here, 80, not a lot of volume there. So just started a small position to the short. Stop loss here, since it's a small position, is just that high of the day. So let's see here. Now, thought processes, I could have gotten more if, I put in a bigger position. So wanted to have it more closer to the VWAP so I can add to my position. So waiting for another pop to the VWAP before adding to a position here. Average cost 83.34. It's already a sudden move. I want another pop to the VWAP if I can add. What I'm looking at here is the daily. If you look at the daily there, there's a 83.16 here. Hopefully it's gonna give us some pop to the VWAP so we can add. So let's see, 83.87. So we're about to break the low of the day. So just added to that position there. What I'm looking at is, look at the daily here. This is our second day that it's wanted to add more, did not, so I only get to add there. I want to have a pop again. So now we are retesting the support, which is the pre-market low. That is the pre-market low that we placed earlier. So hopefully it pops still before it heads lower, so I can add more to this position. 82.80. Big order sitting right here. Just okay, add it to my position there. So with Roku, looking at the higher time frame looking weak. I remember Roku when I used to trade this one, but I swing this one actually. I bought it around 80, and back in during the pandemic, I sold it around 350. So that was a good move with Roku. So just still trying to, okay, add it to that position right there. Looking at the 15 minutes looking very overextended, so we have to consider that. All right, so 83 right here, since we added our average cost is here. I'm just gonna change the color because I know we have so many lines here. So average cost is here, stop loss is still gonna be, you know, above that VWAP. So SPY, let's see if SPY is gonna find a support there. Because once SPY finds a support, we have to consider that as well, that, you know, our thesis here can be invalidated. So that's why we always have that stop loss. So average cost 83. Now things that I'm seeing right now is we have to be very careful because the volume bar yesterday when it closed red was so tiny. So that means, you know, the momentum there for this to go down, it's still not there. So two things, this can just go sideways. We do have that R3 and S3 right here, so it can just go sideways from there. So we have to consider that. So that's good. Volume bar is there. This red line right here is the pre-market low that we placed, 82.65. Big order sitting there at 40. Okay, so added to that position there. So right now there's no imbalance. We are still at that pre-market low. Wanted to have a little bit of a pop before I can add. So 82.75, 82.85. $82.77. Let's see if it's gonna allow me to add. That was a big quick move there, even before I get to add 82.75. Yeah, so remember that this one, if you're just starting a position right now, it's too late because this one is already a support right there. That one is already the pre-market low. So yeah, you wanted to wait. Now look at this volume bar right here. That's tiny when we were pushing down. So you have to consider that, you know, this can still go either direction. And if SPY finds a support, then yeah, we can get out of this trade. So stop loss here is still right here at 83.59. 83.17. So we have now the VWAP. Big order sitting at 84, so that can also just pop at 84. Now if SPY gives us some rejection, then this can validate our thesis. So look at where your R3 and S3 is. That R3 and S3 is exactly the price range that we are into. Okay, so stop loss is right here, 83.53. Volume bar is dying when we're pushing up, but look at how erratic the move is. Consider the 10 cents as well, which is, you have that to consider, which is the spread. So almost close to our stop loss here. Looking at it closely, let's see if it's gonna stop us out. That is $83. Volume bar definitely had picked up. SPY had a little bit of a pullback. But that pullback for the SPY doesn't seem like it will have that push lower. So this one, we have that hammer, the 15 minutes. Let's look at R5. $83.40. See if it's gonna allow me to add. I added to my position there to the short. With that add, not the best add. Still at 83 is the entry there. Yeah, the good add could have been here. So let's see. Trying to see if there's any news as well. Alright, so entry here still at that 83. But I don't like here is Roku, it's not as clean. Did you see this wick? That's such a big wick for that Roku. But that's why I'm just managing my position here. I'm not even opening any positions with a different stock. So the daily can just consolidate as well. You have the R3, S3, we're in between. There was a big rejection that happened at 83.45. But if this one breaks 83.52, which is now that strong level, then yeah, we're gonna be out of this trade. What I noticed though is there was a big rejection that happened, but SPY now, looking at SPY is just in between. It's just at the VWAP. So VWAP still can act as a strong support versus a resistance. So that means this stock right here can still go either direction. So also the things that we have to consider is there's not a lot of volume yet. We're just less than 500,000 that is actively being traded here with Roku. Float is 123 million. some orders sitting right here. So we're still in between that R3, S3. So I'm actually going to share as well the news. Yeah, this one is just very staticky. Look at that. It's so staticky that if you have a small share size, you just have to wait. And if the spread is too much for you, then, you can trade other stock that is in play, which is Uber, DDOG. Yeah, because this one can also be very, the spread can be too much. So let's share the news. So I'm going to be pausing my thought process once the news is on, and that way we get to hear it together, the news.
Top of the hour, we expect comments as well from Fed Governor Waller, who's speaking about using economic data to understand the economy at a St. Louis Fed conference. A text is expected for Fed's Waller, as well as a Q&A from a moderator. So again, that's also Fed's Waller speaking at the top of the hour.
So this one can still go either direction here. Can still go either direction. Those who were shorts here can just easily get short squeeze. SPY having a push up, so we have to consider that as well. Let's see here, SPY pushing. Do we have the volume to support that? So considering that SPY is pushing up, just created that one big candlestick to the 1 minute. Yeah, we have to be very careful with this. This one can just still go either direction, especially that SPY have that push up. So we tested this level twice, 82.43. Stop loss here is still that 83.5. And right here, looking at pivot point, we're still, in between. So hands is on the trigger, stop loss is just that 83.52. SPY is looking strong, but at the same time, it's just in that level as well. So now what I'm looking at here is 82.99, 83, we're now below the VWAP. 82.95 is a strong sell. SPY heading higher still. Although SPY is higher, going higher, we're still consolidating here. We just had another rejection at the VWAP, which is at 83.09. Big orders that pushed through, 82.75. That's very bearish. SPY testing another resistance there. The thing that I fear here with Roku is, first, this can just stuck with this consolidation. And of course, at the market open, there's so many stocks that are moving that once you tie your capital here, then you kind of miss some of the moves that are, like right now, Uber is having that big move to the upside. We're still here, just having that consolidation. So yeah, that's one of the things that we have to consider. So 82.98. Shorts can still get short squeeze here. You have to consider that. This one can also just have a continuation to the upside. Let's see what's the next support here. Next support is this wick right there.
PXMD, PEX Medica, open now, $9.90. Papa X-ray Michael Delta.
83.
PXMD, $9.90 at the high for
Some buyers
Papa
came
X-ray Michael
with that
Delta
support
PEX
right
Medica, off of that publication of their autism spectrum disorder trial.
Let's put this one in a higher time frame.
And now $10.26,
Stop loss is still
continuing
right
to spike here.
What I noticed though is look at the wick that it developed. That wick, that means it's just getting bought. Very close to getting stop out here. Let's see if we get the rejection. 83.52, 57. Another rejection there. Not a lot though. So almost about to get stop out here. Let's see if we get that rejection. 83.58. 41, 42. SPY also got that wick. So 60, 55.
And
Okay,
shares
so
of
out
PEX
of that
Medica
trade, that trade
now
did
pulling
not
back
work.
$8.52,
Let's see if we
halted
can
down now
reload.
on a circuit breaker.
83. So it did test that support right there, 82.69. Let's see if we can find an easier one. Yeah, this one. Let's see here. Big order sitting right there. SPY is heading higher again. SPY is actually looking very bullish now.
So just under 5 minutes time now to the top of the hour, where we expect comments from Fed Governor Waller, who speaks about using economic data to understand the economy at a St. Louis Fed
one now
conference.
is a
The text
very
and
bullish
Q&A
one.
are both expected. However, the registration to the event itself is now closed, unfortunately.
So let's see. Yeah, this one could have been a good switch to the long, 83.36. So let's see, SPY is heading higher. Let's see if there's an easier one. Wow, look at that. So yeah, we're still at the bullish one. AMD, same thing. All right, let's see if we can flip our position here now that we have found a bullish bias here. Rivian, looking at some of the stocks that haven't made its move yet. Uber tested, about to test the pre-market high. Tesla bounced off of that S3. Look at that. That also reflects what the SPY is doing. So let's see if we can join the long. Wow. So this one, yeah, we were all out right here. Still a day for the long. So let's see. Just looking at SE as well. Not a lot of volume though, so that's not tradable.
CDIO, Cardio Diagnostics, shares getting a pop here on volume now. 78 cents, up
SPY
15%. Charlie
encountering
Delta
that
India Oscar.
resistance right there. Interesting enough, Roku encountering that R3 right there as well.
1 minute remaining. Again, a text release is expected from Fed's Waller at the top of the hour.
Let's see here. The next resistance here is at 85.26. The wick here is just not the
10
cleanest
seconds.
one. So 10 seconds and we get a news. Yeah, this one is still very strong here. Piton.
Fed's Waller
And
does
so
not
Fed's
comment
Waller
on
doesn't
monetary
comment on the
policy
rate outlook in the
prepared
text
remarks.
of the speech.
SPY.
So again, Fed's Waller also not commenting on monetary
Announcing
policy in this text
late-breaking
release.
data from phase 2B study of PAK 279 for active psoriatic arthritis. That's Tango Alpha Kilo, PAK.
Wow. Look at that move. Piton, just looking at 5 minutes here. Nvidia is very strong as well.
S&P futures now popping here, 43.87.
Rivian is the weak one among the crowds. Alright, so now we encountered that R3. That's the R3 that we have. R3 right there, 84.53. Let's see what it'll do. So we still have almost 0.09 spread there. So we have to consider that one. Look at that move right there, 82 to 84. SPY is just on fire.
AZN, AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca. Sapnello data show patients more likely to achieve and sustain remission in systemic lupus erythematosus versus standard therapy alone. That's AZN.
Plug is the one that's weak.
So according to NBS News here, so an Iran-backed groups are threatening to expand the Gaza war as they step up attacks on Israel
So
and
now
the
we're
US.
looking at
So
what it'll do
Hezbollah
with that
participates for the
R3.
sake
Will
of
it
lowering the
have
pressure
that
on Gaza,
rejection
the
of
militant
R3?
group's second in
Right now
command
it's
told
still very
NBC News in an exclusive interview as clashes escalate on Israel's border with Lebanon.
Yeah, still very strong there, 84.53. The next ceiling there, which it looks like it's gonna break. 54.51. SPY having a little bit of a pullback.
So we have posted out the full NBC article on the feed for anybody interested.
Let's see if it's gonna give me 84.21. So we have an inverted hammer right here at the 5 minutes. We'll be interested if What is the next? 84.10. Just a very long wick there though. So let's see here, 84.07. Let's see, just re-entering here to the short. Added to my position there. This is gonna be also if
EVC,
SPY is gonna give
Entravision.
us some rejection as well. Okay, so entry here, average cost is at
Share
84.
spiking here on Entravision. Traders circulating report of TikTok stock partnership.
Stop loss is that high of the day. AMD is just so strong still. Look at this one.
CDIO hitting 89 cents now at the highs. Charlie Delta India Oscar.
So what happened here is you have the R3 acted as a resistance there. You have the S3. This can just be a range bound kind of day for the Roku at least. Uber having a little bit of a pullback. Piton not doing anything. Let's see. What else is here? AMD. AMD is just so strong. This is gonna break this 113.34. Wow. The best trade here happened at this consolidation, and then this was the Friday. That one was the killer move there. Roku so far is working, but of course it did have to consolidate there. It is now at that VWAP. This can still go either direction, just throwing it out there. No clear signs yet that we're, that this is just gonna be short all the way. So you have to be very careful with that. Rivian. Rivian is the one that we were calling out earlier that looks very weak. You have your R3 S3 here. You have your S3 right here, which just in between, and now about to lose that S3. Okay, Roku here. Look at how dirty this stock is. You have a big wick. 83.37,
OOG, GOLGL,
82.45.
Google
So
announcing
not
launch of Google News
the
Showcase,
cleanest
curated
trade.
online news experience and licensing program in Greece.
Unfortunately,
That's Golf
Piron.
Oscar, Oscar Golf, Golf Oscar,
Let's
Oscar
see,
Golf,
what are
Lima.
you doing? Let's see if we can call out some trades here. Not a lot of volume still. I like shorting this one before, but now it's just shorting this one with a good volume, but with less than 500 actively being traded, you are not going to have a good move right there. This can pretty much go lower, but no volume for a follow through. Roku is already working here, but it did have to take us out of that trade first before writing it down again. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. I haven't seen this kind of a pullback with SPY for, more than a week. that big wick right there, 436, that can pretty much get bought as well by the bulls who are very optimistic about the SPY. So we have to consider that as well. So Roku here is working, but of course it has to shake us out first of that trade. So it shake me out, stop out right here, re-enter the trade, and now it's working in our favor. But that's just how stocks works. Now going back to our pivot point, look at how it respected that pivot point at the R3. That one, 84.54, that is the touch right there. And that's where I saw that we have a potential for this one to go down. So I re-entered the trade with average cost of 84.04. So it's just a little below that line.
So just
that
to
I
make users
placed.
aware, the EIA have reported they will be briefly delaying data releases
84.04.
from November 8th to 10th, which is obviously affecting the release of the weekly EIA inventories reports tomorrow. So again, that data is being delayed and will be published on November the 13th next
So
week,
let's
as
look
per the
at
EIA website.
other
We have
trades
posted their statement about this on the
over
feed.
right here. This one is the have that earnings. Roku volume bar is dying here, but we're still heading lower. But our entry there is at 84, so we are almost, let's see, 84.04, almost a dollar move there. But yeah, that shakeout right here, I was part of that. So that's how stocks work. You cannot time it.
PXMD, Pax
right.
Medica shares halted again on
Sorry,
a
let me
circuit
just
breaker.
remove
$7.38 now. PXMD halted, continuing to pull back now off the highs, up 142%.
So yeah, you cannot time, the stocks right at the penny, right? You just want to capture the move, the big move that it has, potential big move that it can do. So that's why, yeah, got stop out there, but you always have to respect your stop loss. If your stop loss, mine was on top of this wick. That's why I was out there, because you never knew if this one can just go rip higher. So that's why commissions are cheap. So you would rather go in again to that trade rather than you like palpitating and not obeying your stop loss. Because the basic rule of trading is obey your stop loss. If you don't have a stop loss, then and you do not obey your stop loss, you are not going to be profitable with day trading. So let's look at SPY. SPY having a little bit of a pullback, which is good. So that means it can help the trade here. I want Roku to retest the support again at 82.65. While looking at Roku, Uber had a pullback here, but this is the one that I did not want to touch to the short just because they did have earnings and yeah, it was very strong. I don't like shorting a strong stock, most especially at the open. SPY had another support right here at the pre-market high. So pre-market high, actually pre-market high for the SPY is this. I did my lines earlier, so did not get to adjust that. So pre-market high is right there. So it is just below the pre-market high. Roku right here is just consolidating. I won't be surprised if this one just consolidate back and forth the R3 and the S3. So it found a support 82.94. That's also because look at what the SPY did. SPY found a support right here. Let's see if there's any more interesting stocks. Uber. Uber again, we're back here, 48. Okay. Where is the support or that resistance that it touched? 49. That was way back right here, acted as a strong ceiling, and then got a rejection there. Okay. Wow, it's almost a V reversal there. 49, and then now you got that V. But it's very hard to catch, most especially at the open. At the open, when you have that earnings, it can just go either direction. Now what I'm looking at here is SPY. Look at the SPY, the 1 minute for SPY. Look at the volume bar right here. And for the 1 minute, that is basically what I'm looking at, the volume bar. Volume bar is 400K. So 400K with that candlestick. So still very bullish. We are below that pre-market low, or pre-market high, sorry. Pre-market high for the SPY, which looks like it's just gonna be about to break that. I keep going back and forth to SPY because my trade here is at Roku. We shorted this, but let's see. Yeah, I'm waiting for Roku to retest this level, 82.64. Retesting that level, hopefully it will break that. What SPY looks like is it's just consolidating and looking at our handy dandy pivot point. You have your pre-market high, or this one is your R3S3. We're in between the R3S3. This one can just go test those level, R3S3. Right now we're in the middle of that. Same thing with Roku. I won't be surprised if pre-market low, just like here, acted as a support there. So what I would like to see is some support, at least with the bid and the ask, as well as the print, because sometimes you can see those that the thesis is being supported with a big order sitting here. The reason why I have this cut between this part and this part, all the big orders comes in this section. The regular orders comes in this section. So once there's something print here, either hitting the bid or hitting the ask, at least it's going to give me an idea that that is a strong indicative of bullishness or bearishness. So yeah, just looking at that. SPY having a little bit of a pullback as well. Kind of strange. This is also one of a price anomaly here. You have a big volume bar, big candlestick as well. This can just be a pullback as well before it pushed up. So let's turn on our news so we can both hear it. All right, so let's see. Did the tides turn yet with Roku?
Waller said labor supply also appears to be normalizing to pre-pandemic levels.
Still have that. We're still in between R3 and S3. This is the pullback that I was thinking of, what the SPY will do. A little bit of a pullback. Buyers will step in and then push SPY even higher because of that big volume bar that we get to see in that 1 minute. So big volume bar, that means those were just some profit takers, and bulls can pretty much scoop this.
ZFOX, Zero Fox, tweeting now, said 1 week from today, we're sharing something that was previously unspoken. Tune in November 13th.
Uber.
ZFOX.
Wow, Uber just created a V reversal. That's amazing. All right. So, yeah, I wonder what you guys are trading right now.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 42 out of 100 equaling fear, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 68 out of 100 equaling greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently up 0.07% at 14.91.
Yeah, so wonder what you guys are trading right now. Our watch list pretty much was a good watch list. That Uber, D-Dog, Pins, Rivian, Roku, SE, Lyft, AMD, all are very active. AMD here, yeah, this could have been a an easier
KRRO,
trade.
Koro Bio on
Look at that,
a
it just created a new
very low
high.
volume now, halted at the
New high
highs
of
of
the day.
45%. That's Kilo
Considering
Romeo
that
Romeo
this is what
Oscar.
AMD is doing, and SPY is breaking high, right? So that's the consolidation that I was talking about earlier, that it
CDIO,
will not
99 cents
go
now at the
lower
high.
because of the
Charlie Delta
volume bar
India
right here.
Oscar.
It is showing some signs of, just bulls trying to scoop this one at a cheaper price before they can push it even higher. Considering that that's what
$1
is
now.
SPY is doing, look at what Roku is doing. Roku now is
And continuing
stagnant.
to spike now at
We have a big
52%
volume
for
bar right here,
CDIO.
and it's pushing down. Let's see the 5 minutes. 5 minutes, there's still not a lot of volume here when it was pushing down. So this one can just retest as well. VWAP, and yeah, can just push higher there as well. But what I like here is, yeah, how the daily had been forming. Look at the daily right here. So this one is higher than this one. Very small difference. If we put our, let's see, this one is 86.04. This one is 85.4. So the high of yesterday is lower by almost 60 cents from the previous day, or this one is a Friday. So that means, that can also be a very subtle move to the downside. And that's why I was short bias on this.
Marijuana Woman tweeting, California Senator plans to file therapeutic psychedelics bill with Republican support following governor's veto of border legalization.
Wow. Okay. So this one is still heading lower. So let's see, 82.94. I just wanted to see Uber. Uber have that V reversal right there. Look at that. That's the money maker there. But our Roku
BILI,
money maker
Billy
too.
Billy, hearing Morgan Stanley out with cautious comments. Said we believe the share price will fall over the next 60 days. That's Bravo India, Lima, India, BILI.
AMD had been very, very interesting. Very strong right here. This one.
Billy
Okay.
Billy share is down about 1.8%
Yeah,
now,
the thing that's hard
$14.28, just
to
off the
do
lows.
with AMD is, you have your R3S3
CDIO halted on its circuit
in
breaker,
between.
Charlie Delta India Oscar. $1.16 at the highs, halted on a circuit breaker. That's CDIO, up 70% now.
All right, so let me just turn off the news here so we can discuss this. So remember we were talking about the WID earlier? Look at the WID here with Tesla. Let's give it a 15 minutes. You see this WID right here? This is a tighter WID compared to this. This is like almost an engulfing one where your WID here is like this, and today the WID is like this. So that means today with Tesla what it'll do is, and potential for this to do, is just go back and forth your R3, S3. So you have your R3, you have your S3, and can just go back and forth there. Look at how it had been respecting that S3 right there. Every time it touched that S3, you get a little bit of a move. So yeah, that's how you use your R3, S3, your pivot point. Okay, Roku, starting to test again the VWAP there. We have a pretty good entry here, so just holding that. And this is the analysis that we were doing earlier. Yeah, this one was an obvious that it was a consolidation on part of the SPY because of the bias, the bullish bias here, where you have bigger candlestick compared to this candlestick. But the thing that stood out here is this candlestick have a big volume bar. This candlestick, when it has that pushed up, have a big volume bar. So every time it consolidates, it's just waiting for the bulls to step in. And sure enough, we're about to create a new high of the day. So SPY just about to create a new high of the day there. Let's see, Roku having that pushed up as well. Our stop loss here is the high of the day. Entry is at 84. Stop loss is 84.61. Looks like Uber at least found a little bit of a support there. With the 5 minutes, that doji. Is it finished going down? Look at these big orders right here. Still has, this can still retest the low of the day. Now looking at SPY. SPY is testing again that level. That level right there acted as a resistance, but we do have a bunch of bids sitting right here. So some consolidation. 435. What is that level? 436. Look at this one. Yeah, just some consolidation, but I won't be surprised if this one pushed higher. AMD, first time to have a doji. That is the high from, created that new high there. Last time we were at that level was back in, let's see, August. Yeah, unfortunately, the stock that we picked today is not as exciting because we were just in that range kind of a day, but we'll give it some time. Time is it? 10:20. I do have a meeting at 12 though, so I would have to Piton having a little bit of a pullback. SPY created a new high of the day. Still is very strong. It's a big orders pass through there. So let's look at if there's any other more interesting stock to trade. SPY is moving higher. Let's see, Roku as well, having that pushed up. A little bit of consolidation. Let's see what SPY is up now, up by 0.15%. Roku is up by 0.55%, 0.5. Tesla, we were looking at this one earlier because of that S3 that is being supported. Look at SPY now, what it did, volume bar. Look at how big that volume bar is. So yeah, this one is just creating new high. Next resistance there, 438. Now, interesting enough, we are now above the R3 for SPY. Will that R3 act now as a strong support, or will it become a resistance? Will it go below the R3? That's the thing that we are about to find out. So right now it did retest that 436.29, struggling there. And that R3 acted as a support. Not a lot of volume there with this. The thing about not having a lot of volume is expect some consolidation to happen. Yeah, the easy trade here could have been AMD here. AMD, you have your R3S3, VWAP, and did not turn its back. So this kind of a day, like this, when was this? 11:01. Those are the moneymaker move because those are what you call a trend day. A range day is this doji right there. Okay, let's look at Roku closely here. Entering close to my entry there. SPY is just, not showing any signs of weakness here. See the volume bar, look at those volume bar, 1, 2. Huge volume bar, creating a new high of the day. All those bulls just waited for a leg down before they scoop this. Back to Roku. Volume bar is not there. Can easily just consolidate or have a new leg up. Okay, it's just popping there. Let's see, SPY just stalling, but I don't think this one is actually done, heading higher still. You have the 1, 2, 3. Yeah, still very strong. Uber did find a reversal there. That 5 minutes. So created that V reversal, and then from 4 to 7, now heading higher. Okay, let's just manage this one. Let's see if this is gonna stop us out. Tesla held that support right there. So what is this level that it's stalling? That stalling right there is the pre-market high, 84.18. That, yeah, just broke that. Let's see. Uber still pushing up. Same thing as Lyft. This one can still go either direction. SE have a very interesting level here. Still not a lot of volume though. SPY still very strong. So let's see if we're gonna stop out here. $29. Stop loss is R3 here. $84.55. That's a big volume right there. So next resistance here is this 84.39. 6. Let's see if this is gonna create a new high. So that's 84.61. 62 is the stop loss. Okay, so I'm out of that trade. Let's see. Volume here is dying. It's gonna go to 85. Okay, let's do an easy trade here. What I'm seeing here is this volume bar. Let's see if this one, looking at the daily. $10.59 is a good place to short this one. So yeah, we got stop out at Roku. That one was a stop out. Let's see our volume bar right here. Trying to look for an easier trade here. Yeah, Roku is just strong. AMD is still strong. It's the high of the day. So we're now at that high of this high of yesterday, which is the 86. So let's see if this one is going to show us. If the SPY have a little bit of a pullback, then yeah, we'll see if this one is going to retest that, act as a resistance versus a support. So yesterday's high is at 85.26. Looks like it's going to break that. Next resistance is at 85.9. Left is so strong. Look at that volume bar right there. Let's see here. Just not a lot of volume. $84.86 will be the last. Let's see the volume bar. Volume bar is a lot. Okay, this is the last re-enter here. So just a small position there. This Roku thing is really giving me a difficult day today. So let's see, that will be the last entry here. So 81 is the entry right there. That would be the last. Wow, Lyft. Lyft is acting very nicely here. You have the R3 and you have the S3 here. Big volume bar here as well. This one can just go to range between 10.68 and 10.42. Now that's not a lot, it's just almost like 20 cents. Stop loss here is tight. Just that new high of the day is going to be the stop loss. Look at this SE here. 44.94. That's a 30 cents move. Wow. SE is just really yeah, good stock. Good stock. Uber just got that V reversal, another reversal here. Let's see, this is coming back up as well. So just going to be watching this very closely. Rivian looking like a short now. Touched that high of the day and then got the rejection, but let's look at the volume bar. What is that level right there? 1721. Yeah. This is the easy trade here. 112.58. It's amazing. Interesting thing that we get to keep an eye on is the Uber. What it'll do at 49.05. Looks like Disney is gonna have their earnings as well today. So let's just put a level here. Where did that come from? Disney. Pre-market low, pre-market high. time is it? 10:54. So yeah, I have a meeting at 12. So this one working okay. Tesla looks so weak. So you have the S3. It had been respecting that S3, but it's just consolidating. The more that you consolidate on a support, the more higher probability that you get to break that support. AMD looking weak. So 114.20. If it goes below that, that can be a good short, 30 cents risk. Looking at SPY, that thesis can be supported if SPY get a pullback as well. But if not, then yeah, that would be very strong still. So right here, SPY is having a pullback. So this one, if I only, let's see if it's gonna allow me. Let's just enter the short there. Stop loss here is just the high of the day. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. We don't really know whether that's a pullback that is a real one versus just some buyers getting some, scooping that one. So stop loss here, 114.53. Big orders here at the ass that can just show some signs of stop loss right here, 114.52. Big orders there, 114.33. see if this one is gonna stop us out. Almost about to get stop out. SPY. Having a little bit of a pullback as well. SPY now had that doji at the 5 minutes. Thinking of adding to this position, added to the position. SPY just below the moving average. Stop loss is still high of the day. Stop loss right here, 114.53. 14, giving it a couple of cents. SPY, this one, still not so convinced that we're heading lower. If we are, it's probably just going to be short-lived. I just added to my position there. SPY still having that R4 as a support. We need to see that that support is broken before we get to see some move. It is AMD. So this one, SPY, this is the first time that SPY actually got a pullback with all those 6 days now. It hasn't had any pullback. Still struggling there. Look at how pins respected that R3, S3. After it touched that R3, then it got that rejection. Alright, AMD, let's manage this one closely. This is also the first pullback with AMD. Looking at Apple, Apple is strong. That can affect the SPY as well. Lift right here. Looking at this, 10.66, 66 is a good short. So 66 is short. stop loss 10.76. You're risking 10 cents for this. So let's see. So just risking 10 cents here. So EMD, just have to be very careful with this one because SPY have R4 as a support. So stop loss here is 10.66, entry is 10.66, risking 10 cents. So technically 10 cents, 2 to 1 risk to reward ratio is you have 66, so 56 is already 1 to 1. 46 is the 2 to 1. Okay, let's take a closer look right here. Bunch of consolidation. So the thing about now is those who are trying to short can also just get short squeeze. So we have to consider that. It's 11. So at 12, I'm just gonna have to mute my mic. Okay, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. Having some resistance there. Okay, stop loss. So 114.55 is the stop loss there. See if that's gonna act as a rejection. SPY still looking weak. Very close to getting stop out here. SPY found another rejection there. So 55 stop loss. Still struggling there. 49. Okay, so out of that. SPY is still weak. Thinking of, yeah, re-entering here. Started to reload that to the short. Stop loss is 10.76. EMD is just consolidating. Okay, that's our stop loss right there. Okay, out of that. EMD, still short this. First candlestick to the red for AMD. AMD working here, waiting for that moving average to be broken. Apple found the resistance there as well. Uber is running now. Trade here is working. You have to consider as well, SPY have a moving average there. Looks like I found a support in SPY. So this is our initial trade right here that got stopped out. Looks like since Lyft and Uber are in the same sector, Uber had their earnings, which were very positive. So this one is just a sympathy play, like it's moving like an Uber as well. Time is at 11:18. The strongest one is T-Dog today. Look at this one, moved from 96 all the way to 103. Alright, so AMD giving us that decent move right here. So now testing that support, 113.98. Golden bar here is dying. Uber is just blasting. This is the first, of course, aside from the opening, first red candlestick in SPY. So the interesting thing is, will this be the real pullback or just some buyers scooping that cheap price stock so they can ride it upside? Roku is working here, retested that entry, and then now having that rejection. AMD, we just broke that moving average. trying to see if there's any other stocks that we can trade. Right now, I'm just short at AMD. Average cost here is 114.27. So 114.27 is this. So that is the entry. Let's put it as a teal. So that one already moved by 30 cents. Lift is looking enticing now to the short. It did stop us out. So let's see, just re-entering this one. I just don't see any clean moves today. Not the cleanest move. Yeah, we've seen cleaner moves before. All right, so this one struggling, but we are below that moving average. We just broke that support, which is the low of this previous candlestick. Let's see if I can add to my position in Roku to the short. We're now below that R3. AMD is working nicely. So we just lost that moving average. Finally, we needed that. Took a while for that to take place, but it happened. But yeah, not the cleanest move. All right, AMD for the win. All right, so this is the reversal that we were waiting for. This is actually the first reversal here because AMD had been so strong for the previous days. Alright, so we're still in that Roku. Roku now is below that R3. AMD is still looking weak here. Now we're trying to break down from that support, which is the low of this candlestick. SPY having a pullback here. The 5 minutes right here. Trying to hold that support, but it looks like we're about to break that support at 46.82, 46.90. We're still heading lower here. 93. AMD working very nicely here. So now, yep, that support right here. Next support there is the body of this, 113.65. I'm waiting for SPY to break that support. Lift as well. We entered that short, stop loss right here, did not get to retest that stop loss. So now looks like, yeah, a couple of pullback happening. BVN have a pullback, Roku pullback as well. AMD, next support here, 113.57. So we're waiting for that test of that level. So having that support right there, big order sitting right here, very bearish. SPY, look at this one. SPY found that support in that moving average. Though SPY found that support, AMD, let's see if it will. AMD already lost that support, that moving average. Disney, look at Disney here, that R3. How that R3, which is this, acted as a strong resistance there. From there, got the rejection. Okay, hold on, be right back. Okay, let's see. Did AMD found a support? Are you? Small candlestick there. SPY having a curl up above R4. Now is the SPY. Volume bar is not there. So we're just heading to that consolidation. This one, Next support that we can test is that 113.66. It actually happened quickly. Next one is that 113 over or 113.55. Let's see, SPY. Volume bar is not there anymore, so expect some consolidation. Plus, we're heading to the noon time. So yeah, we're gonna be consolidating here. See if SPY is gonna retest the high of the day. SPY pushing up again. So SPY, let's see, looks like about to test high of the day. Big orders is sitting right here at 480. SPY about to create a new high of the day, 437.44. 35.37 here. Let's see what it'll do at that level. 37.42. Those are just profit takers right there. SPY. Looks like some profit takers right there, but this can still retest the high of the day, 47, at what we call like a magnet zone. AMD, another rejection there. Still have our position there, the AMD. So entry at AMD is this 114. I got stop out here with AMD, but re-entered. So entry there is 114.27. Left did not test our stop loss, so still in that lift trade. Let's see what's the bias here now at Roku. Okay, SPY created that double top. Looks like it's about to break that double top. SPY got another rejection. AMD still looking weak. Lift here as well. Been trading below the R4. So SPY having some bit of resistance right there. Looks like it tested that high of the day to 437. Left just broke that, testing that support now. AMD looking weak here. Waiting for that support 113.69 to be broken. SPY created a new high, but got a rejection there at 437.5. Bunch of orders right there. AMD is working nicely. So AMD is working nicely, the short there. Looks like SPY is due for another pop. So going back and forth, Roku and AMD. AMD trade is working nicely. Our entry here is at 114.2, but I did have to get stop out here, stop lost, and then re-entered here. And then our lift trade re-entered here, so still consolidating there. The thing that I can see here though is, look at when we pushed up, that volume bar right there is at 314. That little bit of a push there, that actually is a big push, but the volume bar there is not even half of this volume bar here. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. That could be just a little pullback. AMD is working nicely. So let's see. So that pullback right there, 15 minutes before my meeting. The 5 minutes, how it looks like is not really a big move right there. You just have that inverted hammer. That high of the day can easily get retested there, so we have to consider that. So with the trades today, just trying to catch those big moves. So that's why I haven't even partialed my AMD trade here, although it already moved from 114.27 to 113.55. So that is around 70 cents. But haven't had any partial yet. SPY do have looking like a potential for retesting this support. So I'm waiting for that retest of support, and hopefully we get to break that support. So let's see. We have that moving average right there. Lift is working as well, this AMD trade. So the boring part here is we have been from, what time is it, 10:45 all the way to, so it's been an hour that we're just been consolidating. So this is the move that I'm waiting for AMD. at least it's yeah, this trade is working. So decent move because SPY also is having that pullback. This is the first pullback that we get to see. Okay. I don't know whether we have news, which I don't hear. So let's see, not wrong to take some partial there. So let's cover something. So just covered some AMD. And we're gonna be moving our stop loss lower than our break even, because that one already was a very huge move. So lift, this one, this trade right here is also working. Market just had a big pullback right there. Rejection at 437. Interesting enough, we have a dramatic move with SPY, but Roku did not move as much. So that means Roku can still be a strong stock here. Pinterest looks like stalling as well. Okay, so AMD stopped me out. Just added to my position there. So AMD, we were able to capture that move. It's actually a quick move. So Lyft is just consolidating. So Lyft, our entry here is 10 point, average cost is 10.78. That was a big dump from the SPY. That was 437 all the way to 436. Okay, so this is what I want to see. You have the volume bar. What time is it? 11:48. That's probably just when the SPY was heading lower as well. 11:48. I think that was the time. 11:48 there. Python is interesting here. Where that R3. So with the Python, just because it's a very cheap stock, you have to take like a couple of shares for you to capture the move. But yeah, this one looking weak here. It is above VWAP for quite a while, but the volume bar is big. So let's see here if this is gonna give me some share to short. So just entered short Python. Trying to see whether Roku has any new news. Last news for Roku was on 11/2, which was yeah. We're testing that level. So will this 85.12 act as a resistance again? Or will it break that? $84.70, big order there. $84.98. Let's see what AMD is doing now. Yeah, still looks weak. $84.86. This Roku has just been flat. Okay, I'll be right back. SPY having another pullback. Left is just consolidating. SPY, this is another leg down, about to break that support for 36.6. So I am just gonna attend the meeting, but right now what I am at is short lift, short Piton, short Roku. So all three shorts are working nicely. So again, I'm short lift, short Piton, short Roku. So I'm just gonna monitor that. I'm just gonna mute my mic, but I will have the news on just so we get to see and hear the news. But I am just gonna be heading to the meeting, so yeah, it's just gonna be, the mic will be mute. So that's there. All right. So let me share the news here. So again, I'm just short left, Piran, and Roku.
Announcing price increase for hot rolled, cold rolled, and coated steel products. That's Charlie Lima Foxtrot, CLF.
Since I'm just waiting for that phone call, yeah, let's just monitor some of this because it's very interesting. SPY heading another pullback. Let's look at our Piton trade. This one, I call it out. It's working nicely. Lift is working nicely as well. So we have captured that move down. All right, so let me just answer this phone call, and we're short-lived Piton and Roku, but I'll be right back.
WTI crude futures fall by $3 to a session low of $77.79 a barrel.
GOOGL, Steve Weiss on CNBC, more Alphabet, GOOGL. Jason Snipe on CNBC buys more service now. November Oscar Whiskey, NOW.
Okay, sorry about that. That was just a quick call. All right, so far our three shorts, Piton, Lyft, and Roku, are all working. Thank God, because it's hard when you are multitasking, having a phone call as well as looking at the chart. So let's look at Piton. Piton, the giveaway here was that this big volume bar. Okay, that was the giveaway at 11:40, and yeah, working nicely. So we are up here. That's the entry. Average cost is at 5.08. We are now 4.99. It is just around 10 cents, but I did size up a good enough size. In that way, we can capture that move. That's the thing that you have to consider as well. Still is heading lower. Is if you are looking for a stock that is cheap, you have to size in a bit. In that way, the move is still, your profit is still at least significant profit. Now, with Piton, this is not a low float. This is actually a float of 319. Wow. SPY. This is the first pullback that we get to see. Apple had the news of delaying the iOS. That can also be the one affecting the SPY for that little bit of a pullback. We have seen SPY to be trending higher for a couple of days, more than a week. So it's not surprising that we get a little bit of a pullback. I was actually waiting for that pullback from Friday, which never happened. But yeah, we'll take that little bit of a pullback, most especially when we are short. So let's see with Piton, thinking of taking some partial here. It's not wrong to take some partial. Always is a good thing to take some money and put that in your pocket. So let's take some partial. I just partialed my Piton trade. Now SPY, interesting enough, is we're now below the R3. So R3 now is acting as a resistance versus acting as a support because we're below it now. So with our Piton trade, able to capture that one. Let me just move my stop loss lower than my break even. Lyft is just moving very slowly here, but we're yeah, at least we were able to capture that 10.79, almost 10 cents move there as well. I did size stop good for that move as well, considering that it's a cheap stock. It's just 10.6. So do we have any other news here? So Roku, we were short from the open, but it took a while. Yeah, Roku was such a slow mover that it looks like almost like a one whole day of a mover here. But yeah, we'll be patient with that. So let's look at what else is looking nice here for another trade, since we're short Lyft, short Piton, short Roku. D-Dog has been so strong. Looks like it found that level 104.2. Now is it a good time to short this one? You have a big move right here to the top. You have to consider the spread as well. We're talking about a spread of 0.04 or 5 cents. Roku still is moving down, so Roku stopped us out a couple of times, but we have eventually get to capture that move. So just waiting for that one to move more. SPY, look at this one, big volume bar, still looks like still heading lower. I'm waiting for Roku to go below the VWAP. AMD, we captured this move right here, but since I have the stop loss in the 5 minutes, the sign of reversal, it stopped me out, and of course it still has that move down, so but it is what it is. Wow, Piton still moving down here, just trailing my stop here. I remember trading Piton before when it was still on not even 15. This one used to be on the 30s or something. Yeah, I remember trading this one even in the 90s. Wow, that one was just hammered. Still heading lower there. Piton. And then we have our Lyft trade. Lyft trade, what I'm thinking of is, what is Uber doing? Uber looks like it's still weak, just taking some profit, some profit takers. I'm thinking of adding to my position with Lyft. So we add to the position here. I would like to have it at least close to 10.79 before adding. So Roku moving now in our direction that we wanted, but just took a while. Okay, SPY looks like it's gonna try to test that level yesterday. So it closed at 435.59. Looks like we're heading there. Alright, so Lyft having that little bit of a push. Also Uber having that little bit of a push. I just wanted to add to my position here. Now, look at this volume bar right here. You have that big candlestick, small volume bar. So that can just be profit takers. Those who were short here because of that inverted hammer, taking some partials there. So I'm thinking of adding to my position there. Just want it to be closer to at least my 10.79. So 73, still heading higher. Still have that. Just move this one right here so it's not in the way. 10.73. Uber is above 9 EMA. SPY created that hammer at the R3, that in the 5 minutes. $10.73. Roku about to break the VWAP, about to go down below the VWAP. Alright, Piton, time to trail our stop. Okay, in the 5 minutes, trailing it down. Always good to trail them down. Roku now is working in our favor. Not the cleanest one, not the cleanest example, but thesis was there, and we did have that stop loss as well. So as long as we honor those stop loss, okay. Let's see, lift, waiting for an add here. Look at the volume bar. Volume bar is dying here when we're pushing up. So that's the reason why I wanted to add to my short here, but at least closer to my entry at 10.78. My goodness, Piton is just getting hammered. Piton is the easiest trade today. Look at that. This is just trailing stop here. Roku went there, but to the point that I have to get stop out a couple of times. Lift, adding to the position. Okay, volume bar is dying. Alright, so adding to my position in lift. So I added to my position there in lift. Volume bar is dying. Looks like we're stalling here. With that add, my average cost at lift is 10.75. So let me just put a line there. 10.75 is my average cost, that teal. Roku struggling here. What is that level? Moving average there, 83.92. SPY curling up as well. So SPY here with that VWAP curled up. AMD, look at that AMD. That was a good reversal right there. Look at Piton. Piton is just an easy trade here. We entered short here. We were short because of that big candlestick at that time. So at that time, the only thing that we get to see is this big candlestick right here. When I saw that candlestick, that was a giveaway that we're heading lower. Plus, look at that. We are at R3. So this R3 right here, you created that at the 15 minutes, that rejection. You have the inverted hammer. You have another confirmation, which is your big volume bar. That one is just a great recipe for a short. So that one was an A+ setup. Did not get to struggle with that. So we're just trailing our stop loss. Roku broke that level. What else? Lift. Our entry there, 10.75. Roku took a while for this move to happen, but it eventually happened. This took a couple of stop loss though. Piton, if this one closes, that's the time to lower down again the stop loss. So 83.8 is the new low of this. A big rejection again in SPY. In the 1 minute, that was a big rejection there. So pins, look at pins. that R4 right there. So look at those levels. Those levels are just like magic. Okay, so we have the 5 minutes, 30, 40 seconds before we form a new 5 minutes candlestick, and that's the time that I'll trail this one lower. The lift we added to our position there, just trying to build up more. Just because it's a 10 cents move only. If that's the case, then you want to build up your you know, your share size. Yeah, retesting that VWAP for SPY looks weak. Piton. So now we have a new 5 minutes here, lowering this one down. If this one retests this level, then we're out of that, but we already captured that move. Look at that. There's just no signs of retracing here. Roku, the same thing. Waiting for SPY to have a bigger move to the downside. We're just up by 0.1%, waiting for SPY to close red. So lift here, our add there, working nicely. Wow, look at SPY. SPY, this is the drop. It took a while, but it happened. So this is the exciting time here. You got the SPY creating a new low. Not the low of the day, but you know, broke that low. Piton. Trailing it down again. Roku. Is it wrong to take some partial? Nope. We have that move. So take some partial there. Okay. I actually added to my position. I was taking some partial. So let's see here. Let's give it some time to move a little bit more. Cover some 25%. 83.80. There's a big volume here, 84.50. SPY, waiting for SPY to go to the red territory. This one was supposed to be some partial. I added. I'm just waiting for another leg down. Since I have that hotkey mistake, might as well make profit out of that. So let's see, 83.84. Looking at the tape here, we have 83.78. Still having that selling there. Wow, Piton here. Let's move down our stop loss. SPY having a little bit of a pull up, push up. So let's look at lift. Lift is working nicely as well. Yeah, 84.50. Looks like that will be the next destination here because of this big order came. And let's see that big order. So that big order, there's another one here, with this big order here, 33, you add 0 there, so that's 3 million shares. Someone is scooping this one down or buying it at the bottom, believing that this is still gonna push higher. SPY looks like it found the support. Support right there. Pre-market low acted as a support there. So let's observe this one, if this one really has the potential to go 80 to 84.50, which was the order that sits there earlier. AMD having a little bit of a pushed up. Piton working very nice here, trailing our stop. We are now below the VWAP. Lift. Bunch of red there, very bearish. Roku. Bunch of orders there, 83.76. So it looks like we're heading another leg down. Okay, lift, waiting for lift to still go lower. Lift is just taking its sweet time. Roku still looking weak, about to create another leg down. 83.62. I'm waiting for this one to break 83.62. Piton, look at this one. I don't think we can get any other trades that as easy as Piton. Alright, Roku. Now we have an inside bar. This bar right here is inside this bar. So that can just be, just can go through consolidation. I'm looking for 83.65 to break that support. We don't have any imbalance right here, so it can just still go either direction. What is that? Let's see. So hold on, I'm coming back. Alright, looks like someone is just doing our lawn. Alright, Roku. Another leg down, come on. Lift is doing good. Piton as well. Oh my gosh, Piton is just getting hammered. Roku, this is the leg down. Waiting for this to go below 63, 83.63. Okay. It's not wrong to take some partial. Just took some partial there. Always is a good practice to take partial. Left is just consolidating here. SPY just consolidated. Trying to, let's see. Yeah, looks like it's just gonna head to consolidation here. Yeah. So waiting for another leg down, 83.65. Okay. I'm surprised that no one is scooping this. Oh my gosh. Look at that volume bar, just trying to really squeeze this one down. Let's see here, 83.75. This one looks like it's heading lower. Yep, that's the support that I'm trying to have this break off of some buyers right there. 69. SPY heading lower again. That's gonna help this trade. 61. And while waiting for this consult, oh wow, thank you. So just took some partial again there. So cover there. Piton is just bleeding, so lower it down. Lift is good as well. So this one is working nicely. Roku just had another leg down. Heading lower again. Just took some partial there. And since we're partialing, let's move our stop loss now. Trailer stop loss. So that one can just stop me out. Piton can just stop me out as well. And then our Roku trade here still is heading lower. Uber now looking like it wants to head lower. Piton, I'm basically just waiting for Piton to stop me out. SPY still looking weak there. Retested that support again. The more you test your support, the more you get to make that support weak. Okay, lowering it down. Really willing to get step out there. I'm just waiting for them to fill my share. Lift, heading lower still, but my stop loss is there. Roku, having some consolidation there. Alright, so I got stop out Piton. Okay, Piton stopped me out. Gave us a good profit there. Lyft. Let's see if Lyft is gonna stop me out. Okay, next one, Apple. What I'm seeing in Apple is, look at this big volume bar right here. This is heading down. Look at this big volume bar. Entry here, stop loss here, 181. So yeah, let's just do that. Alright, so entering Apple short. We were now out of our Piton trade. So Apple short here. Stop loss is the high of the day, 181.65. So 30 cents risk. Left. Still heading lower. So the giveaway with Apple is, look at this big volume bar right here. Wow. It's just showing signs of weakness there. Okay, Apple now looking nice. Roku having a little bit of a push up. Let's see if Lyft is gonna stop us out. Not yet. We're gonna keep an eye on our Apple trade very closely. Lyft is just consolidating here, not really moving a lot. Piton had a nice move there. Looks like it's about to head to S4. Roku still weak there. About to break that support. Lyft still heading lower. This thing is just making me hungry though. Alright, so alright guys, decision time. I'm gonna lower this one down. I'm just waiting. Oh, okay, still there. Yeah, waiting for me to get step out here. Okay, that's a lot of volume there, but now we have a new low, 83.49 of all this consolidation. SPY heading higher. Apple, our stop loss there is high of the day, 181.65. Entry is this, 181.3. That's a lot of volume right there. Looks like SPY got that support. Roku about to test that. VWAP, big order there. Okay, took another partial there. We're just heading higher. Didn't want to get my shares stuck there. $83.83. So for Piton, there's just a lot of yeah, Piton looks like it's still heading to S4. S4 is, you know, we have the R3, the S4. S4 is the low of the day. So looks like Piton is heading to S4. SPY, another rejection there. So yeah, Piton looks like it's still gonna retest the low of the day. I won't be surprised if Piton even creates a new low of the day. It's just too weak. Lyft still working here, so just trailing my stop here. So what we can look into is, so SPY is still heading lower here. So, okay, SPY is heading lower. So what are the stocks that had been so strong that we can see if we can enter a short? Rivian is not as clean. Rivian has been just so choppy. So that was a big rejection there at SPY, but so let's see here if Roku is actually have found the bottom. Big rejection there, 83.81. SPY just had a rejection as well, that big candlestick at the 5 minutes, 83.82. Lift is working nicely here, just trail out of stop. Another rejection there. Apple there. We'll give it some time to consolidate. Let's see if we can have any other trades here. Uber looking weak now. Peloton still looks weak. So what we can look into here is, let's see. Yeah, right now I don't see any trades to take yet. SPY, Lyft is heading lower here because what you wanted to do is, you know, you want to capture the move before it happens, but right now the move already happened. The move now already have that, you know, that nice pullback. Just like Roku, we have like that, how many 15-minute candlestick that were lower low, lower high. So lowering this one down again. Now we're retesting here again for Roku. Lyft stopped me out, but yeah, that was a good trade there. We're short Apple. Another rejection there, 93.7. Order right here, 83.52. So that's a big order there. So that could be the next destination there. So close. I don't have any position now at Lyft. Lyft stopped me out. Peloton stopped me out. This is the reason why I'm not gonna think of any reversal at Peloton. Look at that. You just created an inverted hammer. So this one, there you go, still has a potential to go test this low, 4.78, and break and create a new low. That's why I'm not touching that one. And I don't recommend creating, you know, entering a short with that Peloton or even a reversal to the long, because it's like catching a falling knife. Had another rejection there. Rivian, let's see, D-Dog creating a new high of the day. Yeah, D-Dog is just so strong. So yeah, let's see if we can find any other trade. Another rejection with Roku. Now it's an iced coffee. Okay, what I'm looking at here with SPY, it's looking very weak. Look at this one. Yeah. Now we have waiting for SPY to break that moving average. Left staff me out, but still is moving lower. Totally fine. Let's see what else we can see. Amazon. Amazon looking interesting here. Amazon is strong, up by 2.3%. Even with SPY pulling back, Amazon just have this one. Some buyers, stepping into our Amazon. So Amazon obviously is strong. Bunch of orders sitting at the ask. So Amazon is about to create a new high of the day. So yeah, no trades to take there. Lyft, although you have a hammer right here, you do have the level all the way down here. So you are in between pre-market high, pre-market low. So no trades to take there. Interesting enough, SPY is still trying to defend that support, but that support, the more that you test that support, the weak it is. So looks like, yeah, SPY is getting weaker and weaker. Okay, so let's try to see if there's any trades here. Our Roku here is still working. Apple is just consolidating. Look at Piton. This is the reason why you don't want to take long on Piton, because it still is very weak. Piton creating a new low here. Look at what SPY is doing. SPY, yeah, volume is not there. Waiting for Roku to close red. Of course, because I'm short bias, because I'm short Roku. So our Apple here, yeah, we're gonna stop out at this level 181. Let's see the higher time frame. Yeah, very interesting. Trying to defend that, just like what SPY is doing, trying to defend that support, that VWAP 436. But let's look at the volume here. Volume is dying when we're pushing with even that big candlestick. Big candlestick here. There's still, the highest one here is this volume bar. It's gonna be retesting again that VWAP. Yeah. Looking weak. So I'm trying to see if I can see any trades that we can take. Yeah, this one is a strong one, but this one 102 million. Strong stock. I'm just going over the scanner, trying to see whether we can see any trades to the short or to the long, whichever the setup is. Nothing there. All right, let me monitor my Apple trade first. So let's see here. We're watching Apple as well as our AMD, Roku, I mean. Not a lot of volume there. Let's see, Apple. Yeah, stop loss is there, 180, 165. Not a lot of volume there. Let's see, big volume bar or big volume, 83.48. So that's our next destination here. Okay, another pullback here with a SPY. Is Apple having a pullback as well? Not really a lot. But yeah, SPY is having that pullback right there. So Roku. Oh wow. Wait a second. Look at that volume bar. Oh wow, that order just went through. Oh wow. Okay. So that is significant. That's 50K. SPY heading higher. They were able to defend that support. This is a big volume bar right here. 83.43. 54, next destination there. Look at this one. We're now seeing the bias here, which is 83. Apple is about to stop me out. 48. So SPY is heading up, but SPY is heading up. We just dump big shares here. Apple about to stop me out. This is super significant, that big. All right, so I am out of my Apple. Apple did not work out. All right, I'm out of Apple, so that one was a loss from Apple. First red there. Let's see here if that one was the sign of reversal versus Apple. We're out of Apple. SPY is heading higher. Volume is starting to pick up. Roku here just had that big dump right there. Now, interesting enough is SPY is pushing up. This one is, let's see. Yeah, that was a big order there. Apple's creating a new high. About to cover all my position here, 65. We do have big order sitting right here, 56. SPY, 61, 62. 57, big order here. Sometimes it's so tiring to look at those statement level 2. So if we don't, oh wow, there you go, 54. That was big order there, 56. So now, what I would like to point out here is now SPY found a support, but even if SPY found a support to push up, now we'll see Roku now have that sell off at this level. Now what I'm trying to see is, will 83.45 be broken? And so far there's 83.45 here. Let's add another 1,000 shares waiting to be filled there. So let's see, SPY had another rejection, 83.45. We're heading there, 83.45 here, 50, 52. There you go, that's the support right there. 47, 49. Apple heading higher again, 83.20. That will be the next destination here. Now if SPY gets another rejection here, that will be really good for the Roku short. So support here is at 83.42. Just gonna put a line there just so we get to see, and we don't have to memorize okay, so 83.20. 83.20 looks like we're heading there. There you go, new low. We just went below that moving average. There you go. Thesis took a while to happen, but it happened. 83.42. Our 83.20 is still there. This is ask, orders that is going in on top of the ask. So yeah, some struggle right here. What support are we looking at here? The next support here is the S3. SPY is heading higher. 83.20 is still there. 43. That could be some profit takers as well. 83.20 is still there. SPY making a new high. Rejection at 83.5. Still 83.43. $83.45, $83.38. Next destination. SPY heading higher. Roku is not. Apple making a new high. So that is Apple. SPY is heading higher. Same thing as Apple. 83.38. $46. Okay, the next support that we're trying to break off of is 83.37. So interesting, as SPY is popping, Roku is not. Roku is actually heading lower. So we are now only up by 0.15%. I'm still waiting for Roku to close red. 46. Expect some consolidation here. 53. So we have, okay, hammer right there. But look at the volume bar here, 53. 36 acted as a support there. Wow, that was the pop. That was a huge pop there. Ready to close the position here. Okay, I'm out of that position. I did not like that pop, so was out there. All right, so with that pop, let's see if we can scoop. This could be the sellers as well. Let's see, sellers. If the sellers are getting exhausted here, are we having a leg up? So that's the thought process here. There's not a lot of follow through that happened there. Coin, getting interesting. Coin, we're at R3 at coin. S3, coin is right here at range. We're heading to R3 and coin. Big volume bar came in. Look at this one. It stopped me out and then now heading lower. It is heading there. It is what it is. All right, look at Piton. All right, Piton. So look, Piton had this new low of the day. This is exactly our thesis is that it's gonna create a new low of the day, which it did. So at 478, it created a new low of the day. So that one could be just some profit takers. Now, can you do this long? It's hard to tell because this one can still head lower, unfortunately. So this one, yep, it's just stopped me out. Got shaken out there, but yeah, still heading lower there. But it was a good ride because we were here all the way to 83. So that one was at least $1 move. So yeah, not gonna feel bad about that because that one was a good move. So let's look for an easier trade. Apple just ripped higher. Disney curled up. Roku stopped me out and then dumped. That's at least 20 cents that we're talking about. But that's the time that you get to focus on your A plus trade because, yeah, that would affect your psychology there. So, and of course, I keep watching it. SPY looking like another leg down because SPY looks like it created that triple top. So with that triple top, let's look for something to short. Uber already had that move. Pinterest already had the move. Look at the Pinterest, how clean the move it was. Look at this doji right there. And just head down. All right, Piton. So Piton now is down by 0.2 cents. Yeah, there's just no orders there. What is Piton's? Oh boy. Let's see. Looks like this is gonna close my DAS, but we'll see. Okay. Huh. Boy. Yeah, this one is not a clean move anymore. Okay, let's watch coin. What I'm looking at coin is, look at the R3. Coin is touching the R3 here. Coin had been consolidating there. Coin, yeah, this one is just ripping so quickly that R3 will act as a support here. Not as a resistance because, yeah, it is heading to 88. So that's the next destination for coin. But The interesting price here is at 87.78 because that is the R3. So 87.78, will it reject that level? If it will, then yeah. Let me try to, let's see if I can short this one. Yeah, it's not letting me short it. Why is that? Only shortable by 1.7. Short margin rate is 25%. So yeah, sometimes you cannot short it because yeah, that margin rate sometimes is let's see if it's just gonna give me a couple of shares. Yeah, but it's still above the R3 though, so not even worth it to go there. This one just created a new low. Okay, Rivian. Here's what I'm seeing with Rivian. What is that? The 5 minutes? 5 minutes looking weak. You have that inverted hammer. Is it worth the shot? So that would be. It's so flat that it's not worth the shot because it's so flat. 1724 and 17. Look at this flatness right there. Not worth the time. Not worth it. Tesla about to test that level. Amazon, okay. Do we see some weakness in Amazon? Amazon, this one, a little bit of a pullback. Volume there is missing, but that can just be some consolidation. Apple now is weak. 5 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna re-enter Apple here. Okay, entering Apple short. I'm using the 5 minutes candlestick. See if I can add to my position. Add it to my position. So what I saw with Apple is SPY created a triple top, and that triple top looks like it's looking weak, and that's the reason why I went short Apple. Stop loss here is still the high of the day. What I saw here is you have the big volume bar every time we get that resistance. So that's why I re-entered short Apple. Now SPY had the 5 minutes. Look at this one. That's the first, second, third top. Third top is not even as strong as the previous two. First, second, third top is not even as strong. So that's why it kind of looks weak. Yeah, my eyes is just tired. So let's look at Apple, yeah, very closely here. This is the short that I did here earlier, but that short did not work out. I got stop out. So now I re-shorted here with that inverted hammer. Stop loss is the high of the day, which is 182.18. Looking at the daily here, what is that level? That's the last time we were there. We have another resistance here at 182.36, which is right here. So that can also be the next destination there. But our stop loss is just 182.17. 182.17. The flag there that made us long or short is because of this. Still looking at Piton. Yeah, with Piton, we do have it. Let's see if we can. This one, you do have this doji here. There's no imbalance right here. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about Piton is it is down by 3.8%. It doesn't show any signs of, it does not have Piton launches new holiday campaign, work out your way. So there's no, really not a big news for a catalyst for, someone to scoop this one at this level to buy it. We do have lots of orders sitting here at 4.8 still, so that can still be filled, and that order is here, so it can still retest. But one can argue, yeah, this one is looking like a bullish now because you have that indecision. But look at those red prints that just happened. That's why the yeah, I do have low confidence that Piton is gonna reverse to the long. At least not yet. So stop loss here, 182.17. So for this one, 182, since we only have a couple of shares, yeah, we are now lowering down our share size. All right, coin looks like, yeah, bearish now. Look at how coin keeps on having that rejection right there. So coin is a short. Let's see if it will give me some shares. Let's try to short coin. Stop loss at coin is the high of the day, 88.05. Okay, SPY having that pullback. This is the one that we were trying to, yeah, our theory, which is the first top, second top, and the third top, that's looking weak. Arabian looks like it has a short squeeze there. So if you're not able to add a big position with coin, know that that's because it has a margin rate of that 25%. So it's actually requiring more of your balance to be in that short position. Added to my position there. Okay, Apple. All right, 182.07. That's very bullish. So let's make sure that we get to manage this one closely. So again, stop loss there is at 182.17. That was a big rejection there, 182.04. 15. So looking at the tape is stuck with 182.06, climbing up slowly. SPY is very tricky. It's just curled up. Next destination here, 182.10. So let's prepare our stop loss there. Don't want to be part of that. 0.5, another rejection there. 0.203. Same rejection as the SPY. While we're watching this one, I'm watching coin as well. Look at this one. So Piton did not reverse at all. No one wants to buy it at this bottom, especially at this time. It's 125. Yeah, that is very loud. Sorry about that. How loud is that? Very loud. Okay, stop loss here. Still this level right here. So let me just put a line there so I don't have to keep memorizing that. SPY, about to test that. Roku about to create a new low here, or not a new low, but break that support. Look at this one. So this is the reason why you don't want to just create that assumption that, oh, looking like an oversold. You have to see as well, when I was short at this level, the volume bar just did not show any signs of people, buying it to the long. Look at that one. This one was just a big volume bar just because that wick created a test of the low of the day. So now it's still heading lower. So although, you get to, we do reversal at times, but you also need to look at the tape, your level 2, and see whether from there you can create a bias, whether it's a long or a short time for a reversal. You cannot just assume that you get the hammer right here, it's time for this to reverse, because if no one wants to buy this Piton, especially look at your daily. Daily does not look like it has any forms of support here. As support that I can see here in the daily is even, the next one is at 4.64. So it can even still, head there. While talking about that, our coin now is working nicely. So with coin, our average cost is 87.47. Expect some consolidation there. Stop loss is here. Let's see our Apple. Apple is the one that's giving us such a hard time today. Piton is just not having any luck today. Look at that, creating a new low. Coin. What caught my attention here is the daily. Look at the daily, we're in consolidation. Look at the 15 minutes, we are pivot point. Look at that R3 right there. As soon as it tested that R3, boom, rejection. That's why if you look at the 5 minutes, it looks like, oh, where is my entry there? But look at the higher time frame, the 15 minutes, we are right there at the top. So this one is working nicely. Is it wrong to take some partial? Not at all. Let's see, but it does have, okay, just took some partial there. And then now time to put that stop loss at break even, lower than my break even, just to make sure that this one is not going to turn against us. Apple is still not stopping us out. is still heading lower after it stopped me out. Rivian looks like a good short. Only thing that I did not like about Rivian is for quite some time it was just right here, 17.25 to 70. You're talking about 25 cents. That's not a lot. Okay, let me just check our the one that's letting our lawn. Hold on. Alright, sorry, that's gonna be very loud. I'm gonna mute my mic. About to get stuff out with my Apple. Sorry, I know it's very loud, but our coin is working. I'm just gonna have to mute it again. I closed my position in Apple. There's a lot of orders sitting at desk. SPY just shoot up as well. 1 minute right there. Look at that bowling bar. So did not want to get stuck there. thinking of going back here for that reshort. Okay. Re-entering here. Re-entering short at Apple. Alright, so now what I'm seeing here in Piton is, let's see, we have some volume there. What time is it? 1:35. Oh wow, that could have been a good long. 481 already had that spike. So 481, waiting for this one to have a little bit of a pullback at 481. This now can have a potential to the long entry here at 481. But make sure that you have not there. 15 minutes looking like it wants to pop now. Alright, so just took a long on Piton. Stop loss here is just the low of the day, which is 476. 481 is the good entry here, which is, yeah, just that 15 minutes right there. Oh my gosh, it's just so loud. Let's see, we do have 4.77 here, 104. So yeah, good entry here to the long is 4.81. Stop lost is 4.77. See if I can add to my position there. Add it to my position. So my average cost here is 4.82, which is that level right there. Stop loss here is just 4.77. Waiting for another little bit of a 4.81 so I can add to my position here. So added to my position there. 4.82 is still my entry. Coin working nicely here, lowering down my stop loss. Apple re-entered short there, not the cleanest move. But SPY is just being a SPY. Let's see, coin, stop me out. Totally fine. But that was a good move right there. Apple. Let's go back to Apple here. Apple, we're still gonna have a tight stop loss here with Apple. This can still go either direction. Alright, Piton. average cost for my Python is 4.82. This can just be some bunch of algorithms as well. What I don't like is how the level 2 as well as the tape is stalling. Look at those prints. It's just not printing as fluid. Alright, let's watch Python closely. Alright, SPY is having a new high. Let's look at our Apple here. In Python as well. Apple and Python is our position. Alright. Okay. So having a little bit of a struggle here with Apple, Python. Yeah, let's see. This one was not an A+ setup. Alright. Another thing that's forming is pins. Pins had a rejection at R4. That R4 right there. So let's see if that R4 is gonna act as a resistance again. Just because Apple is a high price stock, this one I would need to be very patient with this move. This is even more interesting than it still has a long wait for this to go to R4. Apple, stop me out here. AMD looking weak. Amazon as well. Let's see here. Tested that, created a double top 140.32, and that acted as a strong resistance. Bitcoin is still heading lower. Sorry, I'm just muted. Just still have my mic mute. It's still very loud out there. Amazon, yeah, this one looking weak now. That confirmation of that double top. So let's see here. Let's short Amazon here. So shorted Amazon, double top there. Stop loss is the high of the day, 143.33. Still managing my short here in Apple. Oh. Stop loss 82.43. It's 211. Tesla is heading higher. Uber looks weak now. this has been in this consolidation for 20 minutes. Just looking at this chart, this one looks like a, yeah, that was a short potential there, 35.98, but it's now, yeah, way past that, so no trades to take there. Uber looking weak now. This thing that I get to see here is this volume bar right here. Volume bar when we're pushing down. That volume bar right there. This one, yeah, that's actually a good entry to the short there. Stop loss is high of the day. But I do have open position in Apple. So yeah, not gonna be entering any trade. Let me just manage this Apple trade. Roku had a curl up. Python is just not doing anything. Still short in Apple here, but it's just taking forever. Just bunch of consolidation here. We're at 217. Apple, having a little bit of a pullback, not a lot though. All right, I'll be right back. So what are my position? Position is short Apple, long Python, which is not doing anything. Short Amazon, stop loss is the high of the day. So yeah, it's time. First 15. Ouch. I need to put treadmill here. All right, so let's look at some levels here. Coin looking weak again. Just gonna turn on. Let's see. Mic is on. What I'm looking at here is Rivian. Rivian had been strong. but that one was just from, look at this one, S3 to R3. So stop loss 182.43. Amazon, close to getting stop out there. This thing has been on that consolidation for a while. SPY, pull back. Apple trade is just so boring. Okay. So yeah, still short here. Uber is getting into a very interesting level. Uber is about to create a double top, but what I see here is that double top is starting to get weak. Look at the pushed up here, that big volume when we're closing red. So let's see what it will do at that $50 price. Coin getting weak again. Ribbon as well with this 5 minutes, that inverted hammer right there. We're back up by $1.59. This one just moved by 2 cents. So not even thrilled with that because it's just like flat. About to get stop out here. Stop loss is 143.33. Uber starting to get very interesting to the short. Python is not doing anything. So rather than having my capital tied in Python, let's see here. If this doesn't move at all, then I'm going to be out of this trade. About to close here. Yeah. Okay, close my position there. Not moving at all. Not worth getting my capital tied there. All right, what I'm looking at here is Uber. Uber right here. Are we due for a pullback? Uber is very strong today, so this one is the one that we have to be very careful if we're going to be shorting this one, just because it's up by 3.3%. Okay, going back to Uber. What is our level here? Apple is just not doing anything. Closing my position here. 33. All right, cover there. Python. Still some position left, so I'll just close all of the position here. All right. So let's see an easier trade. Okay, Okay, almost power hour. Let's see what is the stock that can give us a good risk to reward ratio here. I'm still interested in Uber. So Uber is looking short, waiting for a timing. Rivian is looking short as well, but Rivian is not moving as much. Amazon about to get me stop out there. All right, gonna get out of this. Well, out of that. BLTR got reversal right there. All right, so let's see what we can trade off of for the power hour. Roku looks like found the bottom as well. Uber, this is the one that I'm trying to see for a double top and short there. So let's see. Let me just grab something to eat. So let's wait for some signs of reversal here to the short for Uber. So we're waiting for Uber to show us some signs of weakness before shorting this one. Looks like this is gonna go to 50 first. Last try here on Amazon, re-entering short. Let's see. Also last try here in Apple, doing short. So short here at Uber. SPY having a pullback, helping my short here. Just last try there to the short. So let's manage this Uber. I got short with Uber because of this thesis right here. You have 1, 2, double top. You have that inverted hammer. So short right there. Also, the thing that gave me that thesis is what the SPY is doing. SPY have 1, 2, 3, 3 top. Every time it touches that, we have that rejection. So that's why I was short bias. So yeah, we did time it right. Re-enter this one as well to the short, Amazon as well as Apple to the short. So I have short Apple, short Amazon, short Uber. So those three. But my eyes are dry. So that was already a big pullback. SPY, where are we? Still has that VWAP that's down there, so it can still move down there. Let me just eat something. Okay, so right now, SPY having a little bit of a pullback. So I'm short Apple, Amazon, and Uber. So Apple here, short. Amazon, short. Uber, short. Looks like SPY still has some room for this one to go lower. Our VWAP is right there. We have to consider as well. We have 10 minutes before the power hour. What I like about Uber is this big volume bars right here. Every time we touch those level, kind of like a little bit of a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off. So when I saw this, another hammer right there, that was the indicator to go short. So this is the reason why I just closed my position here. Look at this one. So I went long, but it's not moving, so I just closed my position. It's just a waste of time when there's a lot of stocks that are moving, like Uber. Uber I like, double top. So that's why I shorted it there. The flag there is, look at this, look at this. So sellers are taking control of this, the bears are. That's why I was short bias, plus it already moved at 2.9%. Now that's not indicative that, stock needs to reverse. But if you put in what the SPY is doing, which is a triple top, then that makes your thesis a more valid thesis. But if it's just going to be Uber thinking that, oh, it created a double top, then it's time for it to reverse, then that's not a valid thesis right there. This one is just, you created a stronger case because your SPY also is creating that triple top, not just double top like Uber, but triple top, and it had been showing that signs of weakness once it reaches that level. So Amazon here, we were able to time it. I was able to see that because, first is, I got stop out there. Stop out, it's the setup is not ready yet. So once I saw that SPY is heading lower, then I re-entered short. Apple, I saw SPY heading lower. I got stop out here, but re-entered short here with now SPY as an indicator that we have a higher probability that we might have a pullback. What I'm looking at here is Uber as well as Lyft are in the same sector. Now Lyft is pushing up, just about to test the high of the day. Uber, same sector as Lyft. This can just consolidate as well. Apple is working nicely here. As well as Amazon. What is the news with Uber? So Uber had, I believe, earnings today. It's 11:07, 7 in the morning. Profit into quarter three. Oh, misses estimate. So that's the thing why you shouldn't be playing the earnings if you're doing swing and all based on the news, because look at this one. It misses estimate, but it is up by 3%. That's why news play is not a strategy unless you're using the news as a catalyst. But technical indicator is the one that will give you kind of like a window of where you should be doing, your entry, your stop loss. Look at how coin is respecting this R3 as well. Every time it touches that R3, which is this R3 right here, just creates that rejection. Did SPY found the bottom yet? Still consolidating. We have 5 minutes before the power hour. Looks like this one is about to break the support for 36.81. Let's see. This is a legit bounce. Average cost here is 49.72. Colors that stop loss is here. Amazon is working nicely. Last 1 minute before the power hour. Look at Rivian here. Rivian have that R3, S3 to R3. Nvidia having a good pullback there, 461 to 459, as well as Amazon. So Amazon trade here is working. I need more of that, so it can also help the SPY to pull back. So Amazon here looking great. Not wrong to take some partial. C still is heading lower, 42.78. Wow. Okay, took some partial. Gonna move our stop loss lower than my break even, or even lower than that entry. Our Uber still waiting for that level to be broken to the downside. Apple still short here, working nicely. Wow, finally. Amazon, let's lower it down. Apple still moving down as well. Uber still not. So that can tell us as well that Uber is quite strong. We have some pullback with, Nvidia has a big pullback. Our Amazon had a pullback, but Uber is not having any. Even Apple has a pullback. But we're just gonna be trailing our stop loss here. Go back to Uber. Rivian, look at that rejection at R3. That one was strong rejection at the R3. So yeah, just going back and forth that. Apple, we're still short here, about to break that support of 181.9. So we got stop out Amazon, but yeah, that one worked out. Look at the Rivian's rejection at R3. So R3, S3, look at that. It was just going back and forth. Stop loss here is the high of the day, 50. Looks like it's heading to 50. Big orders right here at 50. That was the big block of order right there. SPY heading lower. this trade right here is just taking forever. Oh my gosh. My eyes. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? It's just. So interesting enough with the Uber, there's like a big order sitting here at 50. That big order sitting at 50 at the ask just went away. So that's the thing about level 2 as well. Anyone can just cancel that order. We do have a pullback for 49.80, but it's just taking longest time. So we have less than 45 minutes. big order right there, 49.88. 250,000 hitting lower than the bid. 49.88. Wherever this one, this can either just have a breakout or lost that and have this as a strong resistance. But yeah, looks like we're heading to 50 here. It's gonna pop in 50 in 3, 2, let's see, 1. 50, that's a pop. So we just covered some Apple position there. That was a huge drop there, so covered that move. Uber is the one that's just still consolidating here. We have 12 minutes before the market closes. So we're still short here, Uber. SPY having a pullback. We covered our position here in Apple. plus 7 minutes before the market closes. right, so just doing a recap here. Such a long day. All right, so this one was a loss from Uber. Got stop out there. That one was a loss. Python. This one to the long was a loss, but the rest is green. So let's do our recap. All right, so that one was, let me just double check and make sure. This one was a loss from Uber. All right, so yeah, let's do our recap. All right, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Market just closed. It's 4:01 in the afternoon, and I'm just here to do the recap. So we traded a couple of stocks today. To begin with, let's see where I can put this one here. All right. So, all right. So for today, I traded a couple of stocks today. We did had some discussion at the beginning of this video about pivot point analysis, as well as that Camarilla pivot point. So if you want to learn that, please just rewind this one. I spent at least 15 minutes discussing that pivot point analysis and using the Camarilla pivot point. So to begin with, I traded Apple. Apple was, it was a hard trade. That's why it was just green by 154. So what I saw with Apple is the following. So the daily, it is a very strong stock. SPY also was so strong that we have been on that higher high, higher low for the past week. So for the past week, we have that higher high, higher low. The reason why I needed to discuss that Camarilla pivot point at the beginning of this trading day is because we have to know what kind of market we are dealing with. Before, when we were trending lower, we can capture some of the move with a reversal trade. Those reversal trade, the one that we used is, the pre-market high, pre-market low. If you get to see inverted hammer or a hammer at the bottom, which is in your pre-market low, then expect some reversal there because we are heading into that lower low, lower high with the SPY. Now, a week ago, that tide had turned. SPY looks like had found a bottom right here at 409, and that 409 created that huge bounce. Now with that huge bounce, this is actually where the big money are created. So the one that we were doing before, those reversal ones, when it was bearish, those reversal ones, it's like you're getting some golden nuggets. So it's just those little bit of a move that we get to capture, and we are able to get and make money out of that. But with a reversal one, what you would like to do is switch up to a different gear, and that gear is your pivot point analysis. So everything is still the same. You look at the higher time frame, and for us, we have 5 minutes as the lowest time frame. So you get to consider all of that as still the same, but you have to take into consideration what your pivot point is telling you. So for this one, Apple was not the easiest trade. Apple, so we have that higher high, higher low. When I saw that we have this big red candlestick, I thought we're heading lower now because we never had a pullback for until, let's see here, past 11, never pulled back at all. So when I saw that, what I did was, okay, I saw this big candlestick. I started to short this one. I got stop out. So stop out there is just the new high of the day, which it did. So initially it was red in apple. Then I was looking at it again, still short bias because of this big candlestick. So got stop out with this trade. Now I was building a position here. Fortunately, I got stop out again. So couple of stop out here before I was able to capture this move. If you notice, it is just almost just a break even with my realized profit, almost just a break even, because as soon as this one I was trading my my PNL, when I saw that I was already break even in the trade, I closed out my position. But that's the thing about trading your PNL, is that you don't really capture the move because you're now focused on your PNL. And look at that, I covered all my position here when I could have waited for a reversal, and that one was still a 30 cents move. But psychology is there. Just wanted to close green on that trade. That's why I closed that position. Next one is AMD. So with AMD, let's look at right here. What I saw here was the daily. Daily, it's still looking strong. Our SPY at this time. Look at the volume right here. We have that inverted hammer, 1130. Now AMD at 11, we developed that first red candlestick. How it looks like in the 5 minutes is this. So we got that first inverted hammer. Looks like it's weak, so I started to build up my position. So shorted here, added to my position, but stop loss is just above the high of the day, or also that level right there, which I placed because that's the high of the day at that time. I got stop out. So after I got stop out there, okay, so that one is the stop out. I saw how it got rejected as soon as it went past through that 114.55, got a big rejection. I entered again. I went short, and at this time I was able to capture this one. So since I got a tight stop loss here, I was able to capture this one and got myself out of the hole because of that move. So that's the importance about having a tight stop loss. You cannot guarantee 100% of the time that you'll be able to capture that, because look at this one. You have that new high of the day. All those who were shorts and who has a stop loss right here on top of the new high of the day got stop out, and that's also me, got stop out, but I re-entered the trade. So that's the reason why I always tell when I'm entering a trade or in trading, do not get scared getting stop out. You can always re-enter the trade when the time is right. So got stop out here. This is the stop out there, and was able to capture that move. So with that one was still profitable. So that one was AMD. Next one is Amazon. Amazon, also a couple of tries here. So with the 5 minutes, and also the very important thing here is while I'm trading this one, that's why on my right side of my screen is my SPY, because in SPY, that's where I get to validate my thesis. If I'm going to be short, SPY better be short as well, or SPY better be weak as well. I have no business shorting a stock that mimics the movement of a SPY. If SPY is strong, then I shouldn't be shorting Amazon. So Amazon, it's a short. What I saw here first was a double top. So me just get my. So what I saw with Amazon is a double tap. You have first tap, second tap right there. When I saw that we have the inverted hammer, I like when an inverted hammer has a small body, just because I can go, very close to that body, and then stop loss is right here. So short right there, and I got stop out. Now what I noticed though is once I get stop out right here, is we did not have that big push for this one to create a new high. So I got stop out here, but usually once I get stop out, or if your stop loss got hit and the stock is very strong, then it will just shoot up right there. That did not happen. So right there gave me an idea, like, okay, I could have just stopped out right there, but the thesis is still valid. So that's why I re-enter and was able to capture this. So see here, just because, look at again here. So you have my entry here. So that one is a stop loss. This one, little bit of a bigger move to the downside. And because of that, I was still able to manage to get, profitable with that. So another example of obeying your stop loss and not being scared in re-entering the trade, because if the setup is there and the SPY also is at your side, then you have a higher chance. So this one is at 230. Let's look at what SPY did at 230. 230 is right there. So that gives me a confirmation that SPY is heading lower. We got that couple of wicks right here. So you can already tell every time it touches that top, sellers are there to just push the stock down. So with that confirmation, was able to hold my position in that Amazon. Next one is Coin. I think Coin is one of the best stock that I get to capture today. All right, so with Coin, looking at your Camarilla pivot point, so I have here the R3 and S3. If you notice there, I put it as a blue line. Yesterday, it's also a blue line, S3 and R3. I do just have another level there. So what I saw was, look at this move between that R3 and S3. Just keeps going there. Of course, only up to this point. But when I saw that we're heading to R3, that R3 right there created that wick. That wick, look at this one, which is this wick right here. Your R3 here is this level. This level right here is your R3. When we went to the R3, we get that rejection. So R3, you got the rejection, that's why you get the wick. And then another wick right there. So what I did was I entered short. So I entered short, how it looks like in the 5 minutes is like this. So you get the wick, so this is my stop loss. Entry right here, partial. So very small movement, but because of my sizing, was able to be a good trade. So entry, stop lost, partial here, that time just 25%, and then just trailing my stop. And at the sign of reversal, I got stop out there. So that one was Coin. But here's another trade that I did. So first trade there, all out. I saw we're heading again to this line, which is your R3. This is your R3 right here. That's your Camarilla pivot point. I reshorted there, but look at how right on the dot it respected that level. So R3, 87.78, shorted it there because of that wick. Stop loss again is right here, because that's the high of the day. So entered short, partial 25%, moving my stop loss lower than my break even. I have that recorded, so if you want to see that, just try to rewind this tape. But that's why 2 trades that were profitable right there. Small move. Now the big move here is this trend right here, right? This trend. But at that time where I'm just seeing this, that's my bias. Plus, let's look at the SPY at that time, because SPY is like my side mirror. So this one is 115. SPY 115 is this. So really not doing anything, but at 115 we are about to create a triple top. So first top, second, triple top. You have the doji right there, but all I can see is that rejection every time it goes in that level. So SPY still helps my thesis that we are getting weak. So that's the coin trade. So 2 trades to the short, and that was a good move. Next one is the lift. Lift here, another short. So yeah, I can see a pattern here with short bias with the SPY. So with the lift, so I have here, this is the high of the day at that time. So we got the wick right there. What I saw was we got a rejection at that level. So with that rejection at that level, I shorted it here, but I got stop out. It wasn't ready. So wasn't ready, but look at the strategy here. So you have entry to the short is below the body of this wick, or this almost looking like a doji or inverted hammer. Stop loss is just on top of it. Got stop out. So with that stop out, I was okay, not ready yet. So you kind of like look at and rethink about your thesis. That was 1045. Let's look at SPY. 1045 is right here. SPY at 1045. Imagine if that's the only thing that you're seeing without this stuff right here. It looks like, oh, you could enter short and stop loss right there. And that's what the lift thesis is all about. That's why I got that, but it's not ready yet. So when I saw that lift wasn't ready, I look at, let's see here. So it broke off of that R3, S3, went all the way. But right here, it created that doji looking. That doji looking created this wick right here. Look at the level now. You are at R4. Served as a very strong resistance. So you got a wick, another wick. So this wick, of course, there is not there yet. But when I got stop out here, I saw that it rejected that R4. So I re-entered short. Short here, stop loss is going to be right here. And it did not check or did not test my stop loss. So I was able to ride this one. So stop loss, entry here to the short, added to my position. So at that time, average cost is in the middle. And then partial right here, trailing my stop, and was all out right here. But that was the lift trade. So another thing here is at the first move, I did not get to capture that, but I got stop out. At the second move, with this add-on, was able to capture it and still profitable with that move. So that one was the lift trade. Next one is the Piton. So Piton is the easy trade here. I just got a loss to the long side because I just closed my position because it's not moving at all, and I did not want to tie my capital there, while there are other stocks that are more interesting. So what I saw with Piton was, you see this daily, that moving average there acted as a strong resistance, acted as a strong ceiling. I wasn't watching Piton at the beginning, so I was busy trading other stuff. But what I saw was, of course, when I saw this one, I didn't realize that Piton was so strong at the open, 4.77 all the way to 5.7 or 5.1, and then just keep, look at that, trying to push up that resistance, that ceiling. And at one point, it was able to pass through that ceiling. But look at that wick. It countered a very strong resistance. I did not get to see this first. The thing that flagged me to look into this closely is, so I have all my watch lists in 5 minutes time frame. And let me just show that to you. Right upper. So while I have this Let's see. Let me just share this one. So this is my watch list right there. So while I'm on the middle of a trade, I just keep looking, at this watch list. I have 2 screens of watch list here. So I technically have 18 stocks that I get to see 5 minutes time frame at least. So when I saw that, what I saw with, let me just go back to my screen here. All right, so what I saw with Python was when it was moving was this volume bar. You have the big volume bar here. Look at that red volume bar. This one is white, so disregard that. But that big volume bar, because the thing is, that's the easiest thing to see when you have bunch of watch lists. I have 16. So easiest to see is this one. This is the volume price analysis now. We are now looking for some anomaly. So when I saw that at the 5 minutes, that's a huge red candlestick. So I look into this one, the 15. That's why I click into my Python. I click into 15 and look at the 15. That was the giveaway. So first giveaway is this big volume bar. Saw in 15, you have the inverted hammer. Plus, look at this one. It keeps banging on that resistance, but it keeps getting rejected. So at that time, okay, I went short. So short right here. I just got a big position there because it's cheap stock, $5.10. So I went short. Some partial here because that one was already a huge drop. We already lost VWAP at that first 15-minute candle. And then partial again. So I partial at the loss of the VWAP, partial right here. At this point, I was trailing my stop. So I trailed my stop and I got stop out. I think I got stop out here because here, what I'm trying to do here is a long that did not work out. So I went long right here and I just get out of my position. It did, move still, but I have no patience to wait that long because that one happened around 3 or 1:30 until 4. So look at that small movement right there. I just don't have any patience for that. Did not want to time my capital there. So that's why to the short, that was a big mover right there. And to the long, almost a flat right there. So I got a loss of 150 to the long because I just closed my position. Not worth the time. All right, so that's the Python short and long. Next one is Roku. Roku was not the easy trade as well. Roku was a bit challenging. All right, what I like about Roku was this daily here. If you look at the daily, it was so strong that yesterday was the first time that it was actually a red. And what I notice here is, although it's very, very subtle, but this one is slightly higher than this one. So yesterday developed an inside bar, and look at this one. This one went all the way up here, tested yesterday's high, but got that rejection right there. So my thesis here already is short bias. You have this candlestick, you have another candlestick that's inside bar that is lower, although very tiny lower, candlestick compared to this. But we can already see the bias here that's happening. What I'm actually, predicting was this one has the potential to do that, but it did not. Later on, I was looking at the news, and it looks like one of the analysts actually have a prediction or a bias here that this stock is going to go to, I think, 100 or something. So that's why I did not want to fight it. So the thesis was still there to the short, and it did worked. But this one, that's why it was a long day of trade, because Roku took a while to develop. So was not the easiest trade. What I saw with Roku is you have the pivot point analysis here. You have the R3, S3, R3, S3. So it closes in the middle, it opened in the middle. So bias is, it can also just go sideways. But when I saw that every time it goes up, it has that rejection right there, I have, short bias here. But even before this happened, that rejection right there, what I've been seeing is based on the daily that this one has a potential to even go lower. That's why I shorted it here, kind of premature, because looking at the 15 minutes, look at that. It's still very bullish, although it's a red candlestick, but a hammer at the first, opening bell, that's very bullish. So I paid for that. But I shorted it here, added to my position, building my position, and I just got stop out there. Again, shorted it here, I got stop out again. So 2 stop out. At that point, this one was my first trade. It is not a fun trade because of that, because I keep insisting that this is a short. So short, stop out, short, stop out. When I saw that, okay, this is going to be the last trade right here, I have this high of the day. Looking at the pivot point, high of the day, we have that big candlestick right there. So looks like, a little bit of an oversold right there, or sorry, overbought. So I started to build my position. So I shorted it there, short, added to my position, because at this point, I have my stop loss all the way up here. But since my stop loss is all the way up there, it did not even retest that, the highest level that it got into was this, which is the high of this. So that's why I was comfortable adding to the position. Now I would recommend that you only add to the position if you are an advanced trader, because it can be a good thing as well as a double-edged sword, right? You can make money out of it, or you can lose more as well. So I built up my position to the short. I was trying to get out of a position here, and yeah, it was recorded as well. You can see that. So I was trying to partial, but I added to my position. So that one was a hotkey mistake, but I was waiting as well for a little bit of a move. At least my I do not have to waste that commission. So partial, when I realized that I made that hotkey mistake, partial again. Now I was trailing my stop. So at the sign of reversal, I would take some partial again. So partial there. And last partial is right here, just because we've been testing that support couple of times. So my thesis is, that support can easily just become a very strong support, and it can easily just bounce back. So I was all out at this level. But with that, three tries, so stop out, but this one was able to capture that move. So was still profitable with that. Next one is the Uber trade that did not really work out. Uber was so strong that what I'm trying to do with Uber is, this one is also just a little bit of anticipation trade. So what I saw with Uber was it's forming a double top. Now the only reason why I was trying to short a strong stock is because, let's see here, 230. SPY also had been giving us some signs of, that weakness. You see this 230 right there at SPY? So SPY, first top, second top, third top. So, okay, every time it touches that level, we get the rejection. So the only reason why I needed to, or not needed, but I considered getting short on Uber is because of that concept. That SPY at 230 is encountering the third top, and that level is always acting as a strong resistance and a rejection point. So, okay, Uber, first top right here, about to test that top again. I saw SPY heading a little bit of a pullback, so I shorted it there. So let's see if it can give us a clearer picture in the 5 minutes. Okay, the 5 minutes, look at this one. 5 minutes, but this one is what we call a fake out. So entry is below the body of that inverted hammer. Stop loss is right here. So what happened there is, okay, as soon as I entered, I was already green in the trade, but didn't know that that one was the lowest that it can go, and then it just shoot right back up. So while it's shooting right back up, I'm still waiting for, at least some sign of weakness. So this one, that is my stop loss, but I do have an eye on 50 that I was willing to give it some room up to 50 because that 50 is a very strong resistance right here. Last time we were at that 50 was, we can't even see it here. 50 was back in July 12. So July 12 we were at 50. So yeah, that one was my stop loss right there. Now this one can, not sure whether it still is gonna move higher or lower, but I just closed my position before the market closes. So this one literally like 10 seconds before the market closes. Let's see what time exactly. So this one is, 3:59. I closed my position. I just didn't want to hold any position at, overnight. So I closed it at 3:59. With that closing of a position, that one was a loss. So 250 lost. So 2 losses, but the rest are green. That Piton is another loss there because of that long that was just consolidating. So with that one was, a longer trading day than expected. But, but at least it turned out, as a good movements. Look at this one. Looking at the 1 minute now at Piton. I never look at the 1 minute. But if I saw that 1 minute at Piton, that could have just not made me do any trades here. Because if you see here, this is what you call the algorithm trade. Look at that wick right on the penny. Look at that wick right on the penny. Looks like a comb. Retail traders, human, cannot make that. It's only the computer algorithms that can make that. So if you see that in higher time frame, stay away from that kind of trade. Those are not worth your time. And I did not realize that that's how it looks like because I was in the 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes doesn't look as bad compared to the 1 minute. But I'm glad I just closed my position here. So with that, ending the day green, and we'll do this again on Tuesday. So what I'm trying to do is on every Tuesday, just gonna do a little bit of a lecture and then a little bit of some recap as well. Feel free to type in under comment in YouTube if you want us to dissect any of the stocks. In that way, we can look at it together in real time and see whether that stock is even worth trading. Because the last thing that you want is the one that I did here, which is doing a long when it's just consolidating and doing nothing. So you want to have a stock that is volatile enough, that is moving, and that's not going to waste your time. So with that, I hope you guys had a green trading day. And for those of you who have questions on where to begin on how to day trade for a living, please check our website out. It's called ecourseunlocked.com. We do invest in real estate as well. And of course, day trading is our income generator here. We have our syllabus there, and we update this one weekly, so learning never stops. This one, we haven't put in our October, last week of October as well as the first week, so we'll update this one as well. So with that, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to email us, and I hope you have a green trading day, and we'll do this again next time. Thank you for watching and have a good one. Bye.